And there we go. We are ready for some Master of the Duel. Make sure my settings are okay. They seem fine. And Master Duel ladder, here we go. I'm ignoring these. I am not a fan of either of these. I mean, I can have a couple of games of this I suppose. Well, I'll have one game. Hello, sir. How are you? I am just starting a bit of Master Duel today. I don't really like this event, so I'm probably not going to do a lot of it. I'll just do some ladder and just chat about random things. You know, like you do. Might as well. Yeah. We'll have a nice relax. I mean, that hand's fine. I don't know what they're going to be using. 15 extra. Probably a loner deck, maybe. Yeah, it's not that great. If it had a better reward, I'd be a lot happier with it. Like, I really wanted the volcanic shell mate, but at the same time, I don't want to fight nothing but Exodia, and I'd rather not. Yeah, like in the Exodia one, I didn't have a single deck I could play. Everything was just banned, which is a shame. Yep, that's definitely a loner deck. No one plays Psychic Wielder and Tracker in Punk. I don't really have a main deck, which is a shame. I've always wanted to get, you know, like, pick a deck that I really enjoy and get good with it. I've just never found one that clicks with me. God, was it? The only problem I have with Horus is I wanted it to be, you know, included with the Horus the Black Flame Dragon stuff and not just rank 8 spam. But it's a good deck, though. I've got, Horus Centurion. I don't play it much, but I have it. I mean, I suppose this guy does sort of know what he's doing. He is doing the combos. You know, I've got Cyclone for his field spell. I've got Xiamin. I didn't want to draw Dear Note, but it's fine. It would have been 100% better. Like, I've always wanted to make, you know, level cards are like the second least supported thing. It'd be nice to have them. But then the rulings of how levels work ruined it. Because you have the level up card, which summons any level monster from your grave, providing it's originally summoned first. Even if it states ignoring its summoning conditions, I'm like, thanks, Konami. Yeah, Punk is kind of meh. It's the only thing I had for this festival. Bastille Punk. It's fine, but it's not amazing. So every deck I have is just terrible. It's not very good in, like, meta formats. Which is an absolute shame, but it's fine. Right, so this guy's still going. Let us have a see. Horus Kaiju. Okay. So, like Kyoto Waterfront and Gamma Seal, maybe. The Kaijus would stop your opponent doing things. And you don't really need a normal summon until you get King Sark. I see it working. I really do want a main, though. You know, like to go to locals and use a really good main. I just don't. A shame. Well, I'm going to locals later today because it is now technically Saturday. And I am taking Trap Monster Turbo because I can. Excuse me. I've got a couple of decks I'm probably going to mess around with at locals tomorrow, but it'll be fine. I'll pick a nice one to play. Wait. Since when do they play this? Oh, it's got a target send. Okay. Yeah, I'm used to it at locals now with a lot more Blue Eyes players. I mean, it's still okay. But then a lot of the Blue Eyes players can't afford the Primite stuff, which makes them a lot easier to beat. And that's quite nice. What's that? Oh. I don't even know what that symbol means. Interesting. Hello, Firewall, my good sir. We are okay. We are currently suffering through this turn. I don't think I can win. I'll try, but I don't think I will. Yeah, Blue Eyes does brick a lot less if you have the Bestial stuff, but it just makes people who don't have it easier to beat, I suppose, unless they're playing the Buster Blader variant. Which, the Buster Blader variant made Buster Whelp like a £20 card each now. It's really stupid. We're going to banish that. I don't like whatever the hell that is. Okay, let's start. Bestials aren't as bad now, but I totally understand what you mean. I mean, I was a vendor for a while, so I do have all of the cards anyway. But I totally understand what you mean. Send you a note. Special Shukusai. Play Crash Beat. Use Shurikusai. I just got off watching some cartoons before this as well, because that's what I do now. Trying to catch up on old school shows. I was watching a couple episodes of Dinosaur King, because I can. And it really annoys me, that entire show. Why is the main character voiced by Ash from Pokemon? I do not like that voice actress. It happens, it's fine. Yep. Yeah, it really was something, that show. It has 2 seasons. I'm like, why? It doesn't need 2 seasons. Honestly, its CGI is fine. It's just its voice acting is not fine. I was quite impressed with it, actually. Oh god, you are right. Current CGI is terrible. It's so dumb. I want Ghost Token, Snow Rabbit. Oh, another Druid Worm, thank you. I'd like a Druid Worm, thank you. I'll banish my own, it doesn't really matter. Druid Worm. I totally understand. The latest format as it is now, the cards are way too expensive. And Blue Eyes is just making Bestials more expensive for no reason. Yeah, lately, the animation is just getting paid absolutely nothing. You do really feel for them. Or they're paid to animate shows like Velma, which looks like garbage, and then they get hated on, even though they did a really good job. It's really annoying. I mean, I won a game. Like, the one I wanted to do was this Legend Anthology. To get this, because it's kind of unique. But I'm not playing against Exodia players. Oh, JJK fights. Some animation, though. Like, even solo leveling right now, that is animated beautifully for what it is. Yeah, they did. The people, annoyingly, the people who animated Velma got more than the JGK guys. It's so stupid. Why is animation like this? I just like some good shows. That's all I want. I'll give you something though. We in the... Well, I'm in the West anyway. We do animation a lot... Well, at least CG better than Japan does. They cannot CG to save their lives. I am sick of watching a random isekai jank to see really bad CGI horses and nothing else is CG. It looks so odd. It really bugs me. I'm gonna play Evil, and I'm just gonna play some Mekanko for a minute. Hey, I love old school stuff. Firewall's been trying to get me to watch all of the old stuff again. That's why I was watching Dinosaur King. I've just finished it. Symbiotic Titan. I watched some Bakugan. Generator Rex. Oh yeah, Hype is just so good. Especially for a lot of just Japanese shows right now. Like, Solo Leveling's hype far outweighs how good that show is. Are we talking Ghost Stories the original or the dub? You know what? I know of the dub. I've never watched the dub though. Like, I know the backstory around it, but I've never actually watched it. I probably should. Oh, I'm gonna feel so sorry for this Exodia player. Big Exodia is not immune to being Mekanko'd. Okay, so we're gonna water Arabesque right here. Probably should have Axe of Fools first. It's only once per turn negate. I probably should have used Axe of Fools first. Then they would have had to negate it. I can deal with that. I'll just get another one. I'm watching any shows at this point. There's loads I haven't had a chance to get round. Oh, which Berserk though? Are we talking original OG Berserk? Or are we talking the CGI garbage? Because this matters. 90s one. Yes. I did watch it when it came out, but I haven't watched it for so long. I caught up to Berserk when Miura passed away, and I really want, you know, to read more of it, but okay, I'll put the Ghost Stories dub on my list then. I mean, what a list it currently is. My list is immense. What have I got on my list? Let's see. Okay. Slug Terror, Jackie Chan Adventures, Voltron Force. I've got all Ben 10 to watch, Dragon Booster, Galactic Football. Max Steel. I have quite a lot of shows. Honestly, not a lot of things about Dinosaur King have annoyed me so far. Just the voices are not great. The CG holds up. The animation's fine. It's just hearing Ash Ketchum as, what's he called? Rex, the main guy. Kind of annoying. But it's Max, I think is his name. Yeah, Berserk was one of my favourite ones reading. Just because Miura's artwork was amazing, but it is a shame he passed. I think his artist is doing it for him now. Which I kind of wish a lot of other artists did. That was it. Rex was the blonde guy. I don't mind it if they're you know, their assistants drew their artwork for them. I mean, a lot of Hunter x Hunter artists, Hunter x Hunter fans would prefer it that way. I never got into Hunter x Hunter, but a lot of their fans are annoyed with their hiatuses, justifiably so. But then they also get like every time he brings out a chapter, they get really hyped for it. I'm like, no, just let the man rest. He's done enough. Just let him write a novel. He's good at that. I mean, people do say the original author could do it, but generally, while creating Berserk, he would have probably told all his apprentices or whatever how it ends anyway. I mean, that's what Oda does for One Piece. All of his artists know about it, how it ends. It's like the Hunter x Hunter guy. They only want him to do it, but at the same time, it's like, if they're not going to do it for him, no, they're never going to get it done. It's never going to finish. I mean, I was never a Hunter x Hunter fan anyway, so I don't really have any chips in that particular section. Ooh, Uzumaki. The animation wasn't great, but the original source is pretty nice. You know, because not a lot of animation can capture the horror elements. They do that, don't they? They did that with the Kingdom Hearts games, didn't they? Yeah, adapting, like most horror things being adapted are not great. So I've got another random little chat for you, Firewall, and anybody who wants to join in. Last week's was... which main character is the best character in their own show? This week's is going to be, what characters' powers or abilities would you do better than they do? Like, do you know how easy it is for an Earthbender in Avatar to kill anybody in Avatar? They just don't do it. Oh yeah, the Cthulhu mythos of the insanity mechanic. Yeah, that is really difficult to comprehend. Huh. Sure. Have a lava golem. That's all three of your Exodias gone. One of these reborns a banished Mekanko, doesn't it? Let's have a think. We're getting Nini. Pass. There's so many adaptations that they can't do. It's an absolute shame. I enjoy it when people make actual good adaptations. Yeah. Earthbenders are by far the most powerful. As all bending is basically martial arts, so they have to be on the floor. All an earthbender would have to do is tap their toes, the earth would open, they would fall in, earth close, it's over. That's all it would take. I was close in that game. That wasn't too bad. Oh yeah, it's very boring to watch, but they can. It's just weird that it makes it. Earth element in Avatar is so good. If you realize it's as good as it is, a lot of the stakes are lost. It's really odd. I agree though, it would be pretty boring to watch. But I also don't like Earthbenders losing to people they shouldn't lose to. Like, waterbenders generally shouldn't lose either. Firebenders, out of all of the benders, should lose the most. Because of how hard their element is to use. Ashened? That's certainly a deck of all time. Yeah, air is, in general, in most manga and anime, air is the least used of all the elements by far. The kaiju. I mean, I don't mind establishing insta-kills at the beginning. Just limit how it's used, and it can only be used in obscure situations. And if you want to use it, you have to put them in that obscure situation. I don't think Nat spoke yet.
I have not. No, I have.
He's talking, just not very good. I think it's his different mic, though.
Should be my normal mic.
Yeah, I don't mind insta-kills. Just make it easy enough that you can weave it in the plot, but not spammable. Like, you can only use it in X situation, or against X number of opponents, or when your skill is... Or you have, say, a skill that can only be used every so often. Or your skill has to be used at the beginning of the fight using all your mana, and if you do any other things, you can't use it then. Stuff like that. Bloodbending's great. It was really underutilized, though. Really underutilized. Honestly, bloodbending was more effective in the show than airbending was, and airbending was used every single episode. Airbending just did nothing. I know it's supposed to be like a pacifist thing, but they could have at least done some cool things with wind. There are ways to use wind defensively and, you know, like a pacifist without just hitting things with wind blasts. In the show, the thing that stops them doing the ripping out the air from people's lungs thing is it takes a while. And if you're in the middle of the battle, you would be attacked while doing so. So he only got away with it because no one was attacking him. That's fine. It means you can do it in certain scenarios, but you can't spam it against people. I'm fine with that. And the whole free flight thing, that had restrictions. That was fine. Like how the Avatar state originally had restrictions of letting go of things. And then it didn't. Because they just abandoned that plot point for no reason. I do think they could have done more with bloodbending, though. Yep. If Avatar wasn't... Okay, I brought it up before. I don't know if you were there for any of those ones. Because I do put them online anyway, but... I think Avatar would have been better with slightly higher than PG rating. You know, for like more philosophical questions. Like, when Aang speaks to his previous selves about how to deal with the Fire Lord, and the Airbender says, just kill him. He doesn't even come to terms with what she just said. It's just a magical turtle just gives you the power to remove powers. Isn't that convenient? Yeah, I agree. The bloodbending in Korra, I do enjoy Korra, but the bloodbending wasn't done well. The metal bending wasn't either. Certain aspects of Korra were done well, not all of it, and I totally agree with that. Oh, he's asked me a question. What's the best power system? Oh, here we go. I was going to make a video on one of those, but I don't really have a favorite. I like hard magic systems myself. Ones that are... I mean, I don't know if you know the difference between a hard and soft magic system. So Nen's is kind of hard and soft. Like, to me, one of the best magic systems is... It's going to sound really standard. But just Full Metal Alchemists. It's just... The rules are... Here's your rules. You can't go outside of these rules. Have a go. Where you get to something like Lord of the Rings, which is just... Magic does whatever. It just does whatever. Nen's is... It has... systems, because I haven't actually read it. I haven't read or watched any of Hunter x Hunter. But from what I gather is, there are certain rules that are set, but you can still invent whatever Nen you want. So long as it's within those rules, it's fine. Yeah, Full Metal Alchemist Ed and Al's dad... Hohenheim can ignore equivalent exchange because he is made of like 1 million souls and he can just use the souls to do stuff. But he's a good guy. He doesn't go over the top. He is he's the big good. Yeah, so Nen is both a hard and soft system. I kind of like those. But in general, of all the ones, I prefer the hard systems. I just find them easier to add things to. Because the magic's not as interesting as how the magic is used. Like, say you have the power of poison. The power of poison is not as interesting as how you use the power of poison. Yes, the spawn system's pretty nice. Where he has finite ectoplasm at the... Was it necroplasma? It's not like ectoplasm stuff. And then he's only got a certain amount and it's sort of... It can form to things. That's a cool system. Yeah, is that Gon's power of turning into an adult, which is just immediately negated because it's a shonen show? I don't like those kind of battles. It's like, oh, you gain this ultimate power for a bit, but the series needs to go on, so they need to immediately reverse it. Like how Ichigo does in Bleach. I like that fight, but for them to just to say, well, he can't actually lose his powers, can he? Because it's not finished yet. Yeah. I don't think it was the best thing that he could have done. He should have probably found a different way. Yeah, his nectoplasma's like a Green Lantern ring. It can do basically what you need it to do, but it has finite charge. I like the Green Lantern ring. It's a good ability. He didn't have them at that point because we didn't know them at that point. The same with how people are like, oh, but Naruto trained really hard. No, he didn't. He is literally the reincarnation of Jesus' child. And every challenge he's ever been, he's overwhelmed with Kurama powers. I think the only main character who doesn't have god genetics is Luffy. Annoyingly. Yeah, I think it is. Huh. You cook good, sir. Naruto cut a waterfall in half by using unlimited chakra clones, which he got from the Kyuubi chakra. Everything he has ever done is because of Kyuubi chakra. Which is why, after the time skip, he should have learned jutsu, actually how to fight with wind jutsu, and then spent all of Shippuden learning how to use Kyuubi powers. Like how Killer Bee does. That would be more interesting. Not just, he has a bigger Rasengan and he can fight slightly better, and he's worse at using Kyuubi powers. That's not interesting. We don't know if it's a reincarnation of Joy Boy. He just has the powers. Dragon and Garp don't really have genetic traits. They're just really good. Like Garp, you can tell, has Haki and he's trained. We don't know about Dragon yet. From what I remember, basically from what I remember, Garp is just really strong because he's trained. But the Will of D, we don't know what that is, but he does have that, I suppose, yeah. Soul Eater system is really cool. I agree. The Soul Resonance system, that is peak system. I mean, Death the Kid's a god, it's fine. No. Guts is completely normal, except until he gets the curse mark thing. And that makes him stronger over time because it attracts demons for him to kill. And that's what makes his Dragon Slayer stronger. As it bathes in so much demon blood, it can kill ghosts. Which it wouldn't have done if he didn't always attract things to him. But yes, Guts was not special. I agree. It's just like, it's a shonen thing. The main characters have to be special. I mean, if you read towards the end, he's not actually related to Lord Death at all. Which I find really interesting, because the anime is horrible. But it is a shonen thing. All the characters have to be good at something, with like a unique skill. I like it when they don't. Like even Kaiju number 8. Kafka from Kaiju number 8 is not a normal human. What point that made me jump from my seat? That's a good question, actually. I like a lot of the older stuff, like some of the bits are from Katekyo Hitman Reborn were nice. Siren's a good read, because that's got some good stuff like that. I felt nothing for the Attack on Titan reveal, because it was basically Claymore's reveal, just a rip-off. You know, the basement reveal was just Claymore did it better. To be fair, the Terraform Mile system was pretty cool. Each one had unique bug powers. It's quite nice. I'm trying to think of a cool reveal. Oh, that was a great reveal. You're a Bleach fan. I approve. That was the one that kind of got me into anime in the first place. God, Bleach in its heyday was goddamn amazing. It's a shame it was filled with a lot of garbage filler. Not Naruto's level of garbage filler. Because by God did that have some garbage. I don't really have any extra monsters. Cause damage with. Well, my Washidori that as well. I actually really like that Bleach reveal. A lot of people found it stupid, but no, I think it was pretty good. Because it explains why he only ever had one power. It doesn't explain how him and his dad can both use it, because generally... actually, it does explain that. Hang on, ignore that. You know, because they can both use Getsuga. It does sort of explain that, so it's fine.
That is fire-based, though, isn't it?
Yeah. But it does explain why they both have Getsuga, so it's fine.
Similar.
Oh god, Mangekyo Sharingan ruined Naruto by far. God, it was horrible. But the entire final arc, the entire bit of Shippuden of these eye powers can just do anything is stupid. There's so many restrictions of super speed in real life. Like in Darker Than Black, where you can kill a speedster by making it rain. Beautiful. Well, that's actually a good that's a good power system. The Darker Than Black system. I really enjoy that power system. No, they shouldn't have... They should have made Madara powerful, yes, but not that powerful. Because he is so powerful to the point of, how did he ever lose at all? Like, out of all the main villains, Aizen's probably the best because he doesn't lose. Aizen achieves his goal. Madara has to die because he's way too powerful. Yeah. If you didn't actually know, Aizen doesn't lose. Like, Aizen wanted to attack the Soul Palace and make the Central 46. He killed those. And now he is unkillable. Oh yeah, I've made super speed balanced in a couple of my stories. Yeah, Aizen is so unbelievably overpowered. But towards the like, he was never really a villain in a way. He just wanted to find someone stronger than him. Because if you realize, if he had have gone and gotten to the Zero Squad, he would have died. Ichibei would have immediately wiped him out. Like, you cannot use a Zanpakuto on a person who has the power to name all creation. He would have immediately lost. Yes, I wasn't sure if it was real, but they have apparently announced a new Avatar series. I don't know if it's a sequel or a prequel. I mean, I'm going to give it a watch regardless. The problem is if they make it into 3 books again, I don't want to be waiting 3 years or so for it to finish. So if it is a sequel to Korra, he'd be an Earthbender then. Cool. I can deal with an Earthbender main character. Earthbending's one of my favourites. If it's Ichibei, the guy who can control names, he's immune to all Zanpakuto powers. It's real stupid. Because he named them all. Every Zanpakuto in existence he's named. It's really stupid. Because Ichibei goes up to Renji and says, yeah, that's not your Zanpakuto's name. Because he just knows the names. Aizen can use them. But when Ichibei can just splash him with black and go, you're an ant now. Yeah, you can cast Hado. He wouldn't be half as powerful in his new form, but I still think he'd lose. Like, against the Looms of Fate ability that Senjumaru uses. He's not going to be beating that either. Ooh, that would be interesting. I do really want to watch a new Avatar show, though. I think it'd be kind of cool. We haven't watched one for a while. I don't know what it'd entail, though. But I do think it'd be... I do think it'd be nice. Earthbending main character? Sure. Well, he doesn't need to die. He can just be sealed in the loom forever. Like, that's a lot of people feel like when they do Aizen in death battles and like, oh, you lose. You do realize he's immortal. He doesn't lose, right?
It's all part of Aizen's plan.
It's just Aizen's plan, yeah. Twin avatars technically shouldn't be possible now. Unless they state one is Rava's avatar and one is the Dark Avatar.
Yeah, in theory, technically, there could now be 2.
Technically, if Rava is in one and the Dark God is in another, That is vaguely possible.
Actually, technically, I think the dark spirit would actually be in the avatar as well, because they're both always connected, aren't they? The light and dark. Because
Well, they
if
were
we remember correctly, Rava
Avatar
was taken
1 split
back
them up,
out.
though.
No. Because in Korra, literally pulled Rava out of the dark spirit. I forgot what they called him. But,
Possible then. I mean, it'd be really odd.
Technically, so yeah, technically they're both actually intertwined. So technically, the Avatar now has both the light and should have both the light and dark spirits inside them, sealing them together.
God, Goku can't even solo half of the things in his own universe. Like, Goku's only powers are a ki explosion and to hit hard. If your opponent cannot be hit hard and cannot be ki explosioned, he will lose. But yeah, but Goku can destroy planets. Yes, Goku cannot breathe in space. You should not be destroying planets. Like when he's fighting Broly and he shoots a Kamehameha wave at the floor. If he hadn't have hit Broly, everyone on Earth would have died. Do not do this. It's stupid. I do a lot of Goku power scaling rants online. People don't know what they're talking about. Like the power scaling of Naruto's truth-seeking orbs can hurt spiritual bodies. Yes, but do you not realize that all Bleach characters are spiritual bodies and have spiritual resistance? It will do nothing. Or Toph versus Gaara. That is stupid. Do not do Toph versus Gaara. It's obvious who's going to win. And yes, I totally agree. People just want their favorite character to win. Totally agree. But at least make the argument reasonable. Like Toph versus Gaara, Toph will win easily. I don't even like Gaara as a character, but Toph would still win. He is crazy. People just... If they're going to power scale characters, I don't mind if they do, but at least make them in the same vein of power scale. Kumagawa is literally unbeatable. The only way you can beat Kumagawa is in his own universe, because he will always lose. Because he thinks he will always lose, his imaginability makes him lose. If he actually didn't want to lose, he would win everything. Okay. Like, Korra did kind of screw the world over by opening the spirit world again. So there will be ramifications to that, so I can see it. Kumagawa is basically unbeatable, but how he is defeated makes perfect sense in his series. I don't know about bandits. Are the bandits benders? Because if they're not, they will lose. Bending is so overpowered in Avatar, it's unbelievable. Because they have actual airbenders now. Earthbenders are basically tanks.
And if you think about it, not everyone who's an airbender is part of the Air Nation.
Yeah.
So technically, you now actually have the divide like everyone else. Where, okay, there's going to be new ways to airbend, that the air nomads do not use.
What are my favorite card designs? I like unique mechanics. Honestly, my favorite are the Galaxy cards because they're just really cool. Like this boy looks awesome. They're all themed around stars and real cool things. He's really a good boy. And I just prefer unique mechanics. Like, I am a Traptrix fan. I would also be a Traptrix fan if these did not look like lollies. If you made these into actual beasts based on what they are, I would still like them because they are trap based. It's really cool. The piece. You mean this boy? Yeah. I'm really hyped for an actual good Avatar show. I mean, they can't really show Aang in it because Korra, well, the Dark Spirit wrecked the reincarnation system.
Yeah, they nuked the entire previous line, so the next one only has Korra.
Unless they ass pull that and fix it by going to...
No. I don't think there is any way to fix it. They literally destroyed the entire line, I think.
I don't know. They could go to like that shrine that had all the statues and they go find Avatar 1 again and it just fixes it somehow. You never know with these things. You
never know. Well, to be fair, I think maybe in the spirit world you'd probably find the answer to fixing it, but...
Well, you could probably find the spirits of the avatars in the spirit world.
No, because technically you are the spirit of the avatar.
We'll find a way or something.
Yeah.
She might find another random turtle and it fix it for her.
Or it could be like it's not actually lost, it's just like it's severed somewhat, so it's really hard to find. But if you find it again, you can reconnect. Yeah. But
they could add anything to this.
There's ways around it that they could do.
I mean, he's going to be an earthbender, so he's not going to be very spiritual, because earth is opposite to air, isn't it? So he would find it really hard, if it is a he, to learn wind and the spiritual side like Korra did. Because Korra struggled with that as well, because she sucked at wind. You've got to go, sir. See you later, bro. I do stream every Friday in case you want to chat.
See, I do believe with each avatar is different. Each one struggles with a different thing. Obviously,
it's usually the opposite. I think that's what Katara and Toph said.
So generally it would be the opposite. But obviously the opposite of water is fire, is it not?
Yeah, but there were a lot of fire tutors. She didn't have a good wind teacher. And she was very stubborn and couldn't do spirit stuff.
Yeah. So the reason she struggled with the spiritual and airbending side of it is not because it was an attribute thing, it was a personality thing.
Yeah, but I think the Earth guy probably would struggle with it.
So that's where it's like the Earth guy might be
would he though? Because the spirit world is open now.
The spirit world is open, so obviously you can connect with it more easily. And secondly, it's like there's nothing to suggest that the next avatar would struggle with the spiritual side of airbending.
But they would also struggle with the spiritual side in a way of they don't have access to the avatars, do they? So unless they're specifically taught what an avatar does, they wouldn't have access to that.
I think that's also the other thing with the avatars now, because it's like, what is the purpose of the avatar?
Right now, Korra is technically the best avatar because she did what the avatar is supposed to do. She's not the best character. Aang is still a better character. But in terms of doing what an avatar does and protecting the spirit world and the human world, he was the best at that. I do think they'll retcon, in a way, destroying the avatar cycle, or they'll state it wasn't destroyed, it was misinterpreted.
No,
Is it actually stated it was destroyed? Because I know that every time it got a knock, it showed the cycle being knocked back a bit. Did it actually specifically state? I haven't watched it for a while, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure it specifically stated.
Yeah, so basically is because obviously Rara was taken out, the entire line went with it. Essentially, Rara was the...
yeah, but it doesn't... I don't think it states when she gets her back that they're not there again. Or she just doesn't have access to them now for some reason.
No, she just say that they're not there anymore. At the end of season 2, she doesn't mention that they're gone.
Yeah, but she also doesn't have. She doesn't
she's
try
also
to get them back. There's probably a way to
tune,
do it.
Because at the end of season 2 as well, she's more in tune with the spiritual side of everything, with everything that she's went through. So she can sense the previous avatars better, or should do, but obviously she can't because they're not there anymore.
Cool. I don't mind avatar ladies. Not an issue with that. I'm still kind of curious how this twins thing will be incorporated.
The twins. I assume if you had twins, only one of them would be the avatar.
Well, we don't know. For all we know, one could have 2 of the elements. One could have the other one.
No, because that would then imply that Rava would have to be split. Because Rava is the one that holds all of the avatar powers. It's not like the avatar themselves.
Yeah, but after she got Rava back, Rava didn't speak anymore, so Rava could be damaged?
No, Rava's fine. Rava never spoke anyway. I think the only one that she spoke to was one.
Yeah, but you could just say like Rava's damaged.
They could do, but I don't think she is. I think she's fine. I think she might... Because she was in a weakened state with one, and then obviously I'm assuming over the years she kind of
Roku had a twin brother, but he wasn't the avatar. Okay. Maybe they'll do it like a false avatar, like one is the true avatar and the other one's not.
So, but like I said, it could actually be that one of them has the dark spirit and one that has the light spirit. So they could do it that way instead.
I don't know how well it'd go, but it's perfectly possible.
It'd be a case of that they themselves are in the balance, and obviously, it could end up like that Golden Dragon TV show, you know, with the Shadow Dragon.
I do remember that show. It was not great.
It could end up something like that.
It was not a great show.
Well, it was great. Come on. It was great. But it could end up like the ending of that. Yeah, and obviously I might be doing spoilers now. I'm assuming you've seen the ending of it. Yeah, well, spoilers to anyone listening. But yeah, because obviously the ending, they go, it's like, okay, well, we're just going to make it so then you can both be the Golden Dragon kind of thing. So you both have the powers. But obviously in this instance, it's not like they both have the powers. It's like you're both technically the avatar, but one of them's a dark avatar and the other one's the light version. So one of them's got Rava, the other one's got whatever the other guy were called. Did the other guy have a name?
Yeah, Firewall posted it up a bit earlier, but I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, I can't remember what it was
Batu,
called.
I think his name was.
Batu.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, so one of them has Batu, the other one has Rava.
It would be interesting to see how the twins, if they do have avatar state, would interact with an avatar state. Do they share the state? Can they both go into it at the same time? If one of them dies in the avatar state, they both die? Because it does state... Actually... Is that true, though? I know the villain stated it, that if an avatar dies in avatar state, that the avatar state is broken. It is possible he's just lying. Because the villain does state it, not one of the heroes. I mean, a lot of it's like subjective. I completely forgot about Avatar at this point. I do need to rewatch it again. Starting from book 2, because book 1 is terrible. You never start with book 1.
Well, if these are the design, so Firewall's just sent me designs for them. These designs are quite interesting. So this is the airbending teacher and the avatar, who is missing a leg.
So the avatar will be Earthbender. From what I remember, there's not many dark-skinned Earthbenders. So maybe she's got a bit of water blood mixed in there as well.
No, I wouldn't say water. I don't think. I think it's sand tribe maybe.
I mean, she could probably just make a leg out of Earth regardless, but
She's just got a metal leg from image that was sent.
yeah, I've got it as well. Interesting.
So,
Why is it an airbender teacher?
protector is what Firewall has said. So I'm assuming it's just someone who's similar to
that would
what
make
the White
sense because
Lotus.
wind would be the hardest for an earthbender to learn.
I don't think it'd be hard to get an airbending teacher at this point. I think
there's
there'd
loads
be
of them.
quite a few airbenders.
The only
at this
problem
point.
was there was only Tenzin originally. That's why Korra sucked at it.
Well, Tenzin and his family. And that wasn't why Korra sucked at it. Korra sucked at it because she was bad at airbending.
Okay. I mean, I'm going to give this show a shot. Tell you what, Nat, we can do a series on it. We'll both watch it and we'll both review it. How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to give it a go. It's kind of interesting.
Well, like I said, I have a feeling that there isn't going to be dual avatars.
I think that it'll be the light and the dark one. We'll both assume that they're both the light one. Then there'll be heel face turn off. No joke. There's just one of them's light and one's dark. But then it could also go into the territory of Rava's avatar is not necessarily the good one. And the dark one's not necessarily the evil one. And they could subvert it.
True.
I mean, there is nothing to state that the avatar can't be evil.
There is not.
I mean, I would have assumed at some point there are evil avatars.
Well, I mean, we know that there were ones that weren't particularly very nice.
To be fair, if Aang didn't start off as an airbender, he would have probably not been he would have probably been evil. Like, if you genocide his people, and he didn't already have the ingrained, I must protect and save everybody, he would have probably gone around killing the firebenders.
I mean, yeah, that's, but I see. I would say it's like, is there anything because you're in war, and generally when it comes to like war stuff, it's like kill or be killed stuff in it. But let's not get into that bit anyway. But
well, Aang's teacher killed loads of people.
But that's yeah, because that's the thing that was implied, because he's I'm forgetting people's name now.
Monk Gyatso killed tons of people.
Yeah, he killed tons of them. It's like, so what's the difference there? It's like, Aang is young.
Yeah, but Rava doesn't talk to the Avatar. She's just there.
Yeah, that's the thing. But obviously, so that's where personality comes into it.
I mean, we've been introduced to what, 10 avatars? I mean, Kyoshi was kind of evil. She did go around killing a lot of people.
Yeah. So it's
possible.
I think when it comes to justice, I think it's also kind of your own interpretation of what is good and what is bad. So, I mean, so you never truly know. I mean, on a large scale, I believe every avatar was majoritatively a good force to some degree, but
the previous avatar than Roku kind of screwed up the world. So
how so?
He was a politician, and he rebuilt the Fire Nation into the way it is now. It made it so strong and made it more of a militaristic system.
I didn't think he made it militaristic.
Yeah, he was a politician and he redid it. Yeah,
because obviously they killed him.
They did, but he built the Fire Nation in a way of, they would eventually become the militaristic society. He probably didn't realize that that's what he was doing, but that is what happened.
Because I don't think it was necessarily him that's done that, but obviously the decisions of others have kind of also built into that.
I mean, Kyoshi was also kind of war-based. The mind was always fixated on war, so she did seem a bit more evil than she perhaps could have been.
You've also got to think about what period of time that they were all in as well. Because I think Kyoshi was actually in a state, there was like a war going on around the time when she was Avatar, was there not?
Yeah.
So obviously she's just thinking, it's like, well, I'm not going to just stand idly by and do nothing. Yeah. And being the earthbender that she is, just brute force is the way. Yeah. Hit it with a rock until, it changes.
They do. They have. If that is the style they're going for, they don't look right. They do look very Pokemon.
Well, the new art style for Avatar.
It looks way less cartoon and more anime now.
I think it's because they probably probably going to be going for a more digitalized version. So it is going to be essentially, because it still has some of the aspects of the original style in there, but I think by them using like the Pokemon style 2D animation, it has.
Do you think they're going to go back to Avatar humor or leave it out? Because Korra didn't have a lot of Avatar humor in it.
Can only wait and see on that one.
We'll see. I mean, if it does come out and it is like this, I'll give it a watch.
Fair,
it's a sequel. They can stretch the lore to a degree. Korra did in the sense that she can now energy bend. Aang couldn't do that.
No.
Or at least he
could.
Wasn't shown to be able to turn into a giant version of himself.
He could do a bit of energy bending because it was essentially energy bending is taking away someone's bending. That is part of it. So he just never got fully immersed into that like Korra had to.
Yeah, she had to fight.
You had to literally fight spirit in spirit form, essentially. Yeah, to get her avatar powers back. No.
Firewalls apparently sent you something.
Yes. 2 seconds.
If you didn't notice Firewall as well, I posted the new Wars layouts of basically what the field looks like, if you were curious. We did a lot of card fixing over the weekends, well, over the last few days. Ready for the video.
Nisha. I'm assuming these are Nisha's the other twin then. Abby?
Yes. Nat was fine with the ethereal keyword when I mentioned it to him.
Yeah, it's fine.
So an assist or card that it would leave the field stays on the field if it has ethereal. It was fine. I've just been planning the videos, so we fixed what gods look like and all the other random bits. It took a while. Like, it really took a while. We got there, though. See what I mean? If they do translate as light and dark, you would assume... even perhaps wrongly. You know, you'd assume that one is Rava and one is...
well,
Vatu.
You can actually...
Could be red herring.
see their intent in Legend of Korra. It's like the Dark One literally does want to just cover the world in darkness, whereas the light obviously is more for the creation. And it's like it's the balance between the two that keeps the world as it is. And I think by them sealing away the dark part of the spirit, because I have a feeling that they're both technically the same being, because obviously they're both connected to each other.
Yeah, they are the embodiment of light and dark that can't be separated.
Yeah. So, essentially, the Avatar, really, at this point, should really be the embodiment of both of these and be the container to house both sides.
Like, if the Avatar is supposed to be balanced, they should be somewhat evil. Counteract them. They can't be pure good.
I don't think any of the Avatars were pure good. I think it was more just a case of that they were more in the line of helping.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it is the Avatar's fault. Like, it was basically Roku's fault that the Fire Nation was what they are. Honestly, most things that go wrong in their world is the Avatar's fault.
Well, I don't understand how they can hate them more than Korra, considering they've not done anything.
They didn't really hate Korra, though. All she did was open the spirit world. All the other stuff that they did, way more than what Korra did. All she did was open the spirit world.
So it seems a bit strange that they'd actually just hate the new Avatar for more than Roku, Aang, or Korra.
So long as they have a better reason for hating the Avatar than they do for hating Naruto.
So Roku is more understandable why they wouldn't hate him, because let's be honest, that was way over 100 years ago now. It was like 200 years ago or so now.
Well, Zuko's kind of fixed the Fire Nation to an extent now.
Fire Nation's kind of alright now. But like I said, it's like during Aang's time when he just got defrosted, it was like over 100 years that Roku'd been dead. So then Aang's obviously grown old and then popped his clogs, and then Korra's taken over. So it's been well over 200 years, let's say. So Roku shouldn't really have anyone left that really hates him. The Fire Nation in general, yes. But Aang, don't think anyone really hates him except some of the Earth Nation because he made Republic City. And then Korra because she opened the Spirit Gate. Fresh wound though, Korra.
To be fair, it probably was the Avatar's fault it went to shit. Most problems in the entire world are because of the Avatar.
I can't see the reason why, though. I mean, that would mean that everyone just does a very superstitious play. Someone has literally went around blaspheming the Avatar for this. For some reason. And obviously, they'd only be able to do that once Korra was dead, really.
Well, she was in the spirit world for a while, so they wouldn't have had that. She wouldn't have been able to counteract anything they were saying.
Well, did you ever read the comics for the Avatar? The Turf War ones for Korra?
I haven't. I probably should, but I've never actually read any.
That's an interesting one because apparently, I mean, we've seen it before when we was in Legend of Korra series with one. Basically, the spirit mutation. Where it possesses someone and the person mutates. Because Korra has opened up the world to the spirits, this is now possible again, and it does show this in the Turf Wars. I don't think I've read all of the Turf Wars, but actually shows someone actually getting mutated by a spirit. Again, so that's actually a new thing that can happen to people now. So, don't irritate spirits, maybe.
Well, that was why they were so dangerous, because they're basically unbeatable except with Avatar powers. Which is kind of why they were sealed away in the first place.
No, the spirits were defeatable with just bending in general. That's why people wanted the bending.
Oh, yeah. I vaguely remember that.
So it's like, I mean, obviously, one's time it was firebending that he first got.
I mean,
And
they'd
it's
have to
like,
prove Firewall that it was the Avatar's fault. Like, just by opening the spirit things. Sure, but also, this is a child who is like 10 at most. It is not the 10-year-old's fault. The Avatar, yes, but they're not the same person. It's like the Naruto thing. No one should have hated him. It's not his fault.
no, the thing with the Naruto thing, I will say, is like, who knew? There was a gag order on it, so none of the villagers should have really known. So there was no reason for him to be ostracized by the entire village. It made no sense.
I mean, there is no reason the village should have thought it was a good idea to do that when, if he gets really angry, the Ninetale will wipe out the entire village. Because if it gets released again, there's nothing in that village with the power to stop it again.
Yeah.
Like, the third Hokage is ill. Jiraiya wasn't there. I mean, Orochimaru probably could have, but he wouldn't have. Because he just doesn't care.
But yeah, my thing with Naruto is there was absolutely no reason for anyone to really hate Naruto.
Apart from to cause drama.
Because who really knew?
It was to cause drama. There's literally no reason.
And then, to be fair, there's actually kind of a very strange thing because it shows you that Naruto growing up kind of like with no one and anything except Iruka Sensei. But then it also shows you like back things where he used to hang out with like Choji
Shikamaru and Choji.
And, yeah.
His actual friends.
It's just like,
apparently, that's filler and doesn't happen in the manga.
what? Yeah. No sense sometimes.
Yeah, it's basically Korra doing the thing that she should do because she is an avatar. And the world will be like, but it's changed. Yes. Suck it up. Like, the only person who could seal the gates again would be the avatar. Do not annoy them.
People don't like new things.
Yeah, but you don't annoy the only person with the potential ability to fix what you're complaining about.
I have another king. I do. Let's go.
I was building Melodious, wasn't I?
Oh, this is great. I need four.
Yeah, I was, yeah. That would be nice as a royal. Okay, then. It could be a bending weapon. Technically, if it is metal, it could be used to be bending with. But then there's also the problem of any earthbender that Avatar would ever fight would just rip a leg off.
Hmm.
I mean, they did state only Toph can manipulate it at a distance because Toph invented it. There's no reason that others can't. I mean, it could just be prosthetic.
I think it's. I think it depends on the purity of the metal as well. So,
well, Toph stated that no one else can do it like she can because they don't understand it. So I assume that only she can bend it from a distance. No one else can.
I'm just trying to think. Because does Toph really bend it from a distance?
I mean, she probably could.
I mean, I'm assuming it would just be similar to like all kind of earth bending. I mean, depending on the purity of the metal, because it's not actually the metal that they're bending; it's the impurities within the metal that they're bending.
Every bender can bend their element at a distance, like all of them. except lightning, because you have to create it first. All of the others are done at a distance. Like, Boomy can do it from massive distances away of Earth. Katara can do water, and can. I mean, I don't see why they couldn't. There's probably ways. It could be that, yeah. I mean, you don't see a lot of the creation of metal bending, just the beginning.
I think there's a bit more in the
Yeah, and then all it shows is Lynn is her name, is it? She can manipulate like wires, and apart from that, they don't really do much else.
So, I think the main thing is they've looked for the easiest method for using metal bending. Because let's be honest, it's like how much metal is actually around you at any given time.
In the future bit, there's loads because they're all wearing it.
Well, yeah, back then. But obviously, that's where their suits kind of came into it. They filled it with plates.
In OG, only the firebenders wore metal armor.
Yeah.
I think a couple of the Earth did.
and you only really had Toph who was able to actually utilize this weakness.
Earthbenders are so catastrophically overpowered, it's unbelievable. Do you remember in the final fight where Aang condenses Earth and shoots it like a Gatling gun? Toph could do that.
Yeah. Toph could easily do that.
Any Earthbender can do that. It's not an Avatar thing.
Though I think one of the things that is least talked about is the echolocation thing that Toph uses and her family uses, because not a lot of people use it.
It was taught by the Earth Moles, and she's probably taught her children it.
Well, yeah, but not a lot of other Earthbenders use it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. As long as there's no CGI horses. I feel like some things in
Yeah, we're back.
yeah, I was just about to say about the art style. The thing about the art style, as long as they don't do CGI, like, don't get me wrong, using 3D models to help you draw is fine. But when you get like a static kind of...
Yeah, but we do CGI better than Japan, though. But it won't look as bad as CGI horses.
Yeah. That's because we generally utilize it throughout the entire thing and not just for one thing. And then we don't... Because they don't brace. They'll just put it in there and then the textures from that just look off.
Yes, they do.
And that's where the issue comes from.
Totally agree.
Because like, they don't assimilate what they put into it, and it just looks off. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. Trying to find a way to do something cheaper is always nice, but yeah, and easier. But
well, if it's an Avatar based, it's probably going to be 3 seasons. Just do not make it as absolutely garbage as Dragon Prince, and I'll be fine.
I don't know what they'd call them. I'll be honest.
Well, it doesn't have to be based on elements. Theirs could be.
Well, obviously, the last one for Korra was what again?
Conflict, I think.
Oh, Korra actually had 4 books.
Well, all season 1 has to be is coming to terms with Avatar stuff. Season 2 could be actual Avatar stuff, and then season 3 is them being Avatar, probably both of them at the same time, while fixing an issue.
Book 4 was balance. Book 3 was change.
Change was when she did the fixing of the spirit world.
So that was so that was with the Airbenders. When the Airbenders came back in.
Season 2 was Rava and
That was
Dark Guy.
Spirits. Yeah. Spirits, which was
That's
about
fine.
Rava, and obviously Book 1.
Well done,
Season 1.
Bywall. That's exactly the response I had. It made you feel empty. It was just there.
What?
The ending of Dragon Prince was horrible.
It was. It did feel like they weren't finished, but yeah. Yeah. It wasn't the best. I can agree with that one. Room for improvement.
No. Literally, Aravos could not die. All they did was push it off for
no,
10 years.
7.
7, yeah. It was literally unkillable.
Literally 7.
They changed Ezran's entire thing.
Yeah. Yeah. So
They changed his
think
entire
they don't-
personality. It made no sense.
I think they caged themselves. I think they locked themselves in a hole. But the thing is a Star-Touched Elf can technically die from another Star-Touched Elf. So technically, all they really need to do is find another Star-Touched Elf.
Now, all they needed to do was bring his daughter into it and say, you've gone a bit too far, and she sides with the heroes instead.
Yeah.
Perfectly reasonable.
Why have I got a random diamond in this deck? Who knows? Yeah, it's simple as. But yeah, there was
Yeah. The fact that we were able to get 4 more seasons because they haven't been able to finish the story.
See, I told you it wasn't finished. I knew it.
That final battle. They could have done so much better things with that final battle.
I knew it. Yeah. It was.
Even in
It's
3 more
terrible.
seasons, they wouldn't have been able to finish it. Because Aravos is still unkillable.
If they did get 3 more, it would obviously be 7 years later.
They stated the
And
only way
it's-
to temporarily kill one is with a dragon fang. And considering the Dragon Prince
There's
is the
only
only
one-
elder dragon left.
There's only one left.
Well, and a sword. Claudia's technically still alive. She could probably kill him. She shouldn't still be alive.
Claudia would never.
They did not do her story well either.
I think they did her spiral into. I wouldn't say
Yeah, but
madness,
she could have been
but
redeemed. I mean, I'm usually not for that. But they needed something to kill Aravos with. And she could have done that.
But my thing with Aravos is like I'm very surprised about how much he kind of clung to Claudia.
I thought you were about to say how weak he was, because when he was in the actual world, he did nothing. He was big.
Oh yeah, he was.
He did
absolutely
nothing.
Terrible.
He was, I have all these knowledge of massively powerful spells, then use them.
Why
All
are
he
you
did was turn
hitting
into a rock
things?
and get pinned down by spikes. He did nothing. He was just there.
I'm done with you. Yeah, it's kind of like stop hitting things.
It really left me disappointed, that show. And then right at the end to go, oh, by the way, Ezrin's dad didn't actually die. He was a bird the whole time, even though we knew that the whole time.
We knew that from season 1.
Oh, God, that was so stupid.
It's like, we knew this already.
We can't forgive this guy for killing Ezrin. Ezrin can't forgive this guy for killing his dad, even though everybody in his entire party has been forgiven for killing people. Just for conflict.
Yeah, there's literally no reason that Ezrin would be like that, I don't think. I know it's his dad, no, but even, yeah...
Did you also notice that the Dragon Prince is voiced by Zuko?
Is it?
Yeah. When he spoke, he is Zuko.
Fair enough. But yeah, there is definite room for improvement in Dragon Prince. A lot of improvement.
Yeah, and the thing about that is, Callum would have won if he'd have spoke to Ezrin, or Ezrin would have listened to him. Which he should have listened to him. They just changed his character for no reason.
My thing with Callum is that I don't get the whole thing of them really wanting him to be drawn into dark magic.
Because they needed conflict.
They need internal conflict, and he already kind of had that at the start of the season, and I don't think he should have really had that.
I'll give you something, though. Claudia's dad, his death was great.
Oh, yeah.
God, that was a good scene. Like, really good.
He went out with purpose. He's the only one that got
God,
a decent
that scene was beautiful. But that was one of the genuinely good points.
Yeah.
And if Claudia had been there to seen that, and to seen his sacrifice, she probably wouldn't have turned out evil.
Well, you never know. Plush house.
It was a lot of wasted potential, that show.
Yeah.
Like, she was so good with dark magic, she could have just brought him back regardless. Yeah, you can really tell that last season was rushed. But you can really tell.
Yeah, I do believe there's a kind of a bit of a flaw with dark magic, but yeah.
Oh, and how easy did dragons die?
Dragons died so easily.
Like, the ultimate, you know, the Earth Fire Dragon guy got a single bite and instantly died. I mean, I get that the Lightning Dragon is supposed to be really powerful, but one single hit is just not acceptable. Yep, Claudia just helped him for no reason. Like, I would have been fine with her helping him for no reason if at the end she assisted in his downfall. She doesn't have to be turned into a good character. Just assist the thing that will destroy the world. And why didn't the other Star-Touched elves help again?
Because they don't interfere with human affairs.
But they could have, they just didn't.
Even though technically the affair that is currently happening is not a human affair, it's Star Trek itself messing with human affairs.
Yeah.
But then again, it's also based on their rules of you can't interfere.
Yes, but his daughter did, which adds the precedent of people can.
Well, my whole thing was that the human that she taught magic to is actually part of Callum's line. That's why Callum can actually use magic for some strange reason.
God, Saul Regan was wrecked as well.
So Regan would have been better.
He'd have been way better. Like, he wasn't even evil. He was just there. He was just bitter at what humans did to him, and that was perfectly fine.
It wasn't even what they did to him. It was just what they did in general.
Yeah, but if they'd have...
And to be fair...
He fought against Aravos at the end. That was fine.
What the humans did was actually based on what Aravos did. Because the entire human conflict with magic was actually dark magic. Because everything was related to dark magic, because humans were using a lot of dark magic and then using up all the magical resources within their land, according to the final season, which is why there was nothing left with magic in their land anymore, because they'd used it all for bloody dark magic.
Just talking about this makes me just feel how disappointed it is. Like, every single season was, we're about to fight Aravos. Oh wait, no we're not, we're still a bit further ahead. Oh, this bug thing. That should have totally hatched into Aravos, didn't. It just was a way to find him. Okay, and how stupid was it that the only character who can craft the pearl happens to die and no one else can craft the pearl?
I think Callum should have been able to craft the pearl.
I think he should have been able to craft the pearl too.
Yeah.
Or some random descendant has the ability to create something similar. Or a Star-Touched elf just gets into contact with them and goes, I know we're not supposed to involve ourselves, but for this instance, we will.
They are not meant to teach you magic. That is their one rule, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, but they already know, because the kid taught them all.
But technically, Callum already knows magic.
He should have been able to do it.
But... well, we can
like Saul Regan's character. He was a really good character. Yeah, I'm not going to say what I was just about to say. It's fine. I was about to say that all the...
It's because humans started using dark magic. Humans were using normal magic. It was literally dark magic, which was destroying all magical creatures everywhere.
Yeah, humanity only gained the dark magic, so they were not to be preyed on.
And they essentially corrupted themselves doing so.
Yeah.
I think dark magic is inherently corrupting, and that is why Erebos taught them dark magic. Because he wanted the corruption to ensue and ensnare people. I believe the reason why... oh God, I literally just said his name. No. That dude. What's he called again? OG Dark Mage.
He's with a V. I can't remember.
Claudia's dad. Whatever his name is.
I completely blanked on it.
I've blanked on it as well. But anyway, I've lost my train of thought now. He only gained his sanity back by dying.
And becoming free, yeah. Because then his soul wasn't corrupted with dark magic anymore.
Yeah, so his soul had been freed from dark magic, so his head was clearer, and he could look back and say, oh, yeah, I shouldn't have done that. And that is how I was thinking that, okay, maybe they're going to have to do something similar with Callum. They're going to have to kill him off, kind of, bring him back, and then he won't be corrupted by the dark magic. Yeah, but obviously they just went for the thing of the power of love. Yeah, apparently.
I mean, I prefer that than the ending of Voltron. I wasn't a fan of that.
Well, it could have been worse.
Well,
Came
how
back to the
Best Boy
planet.
lost the love of his life, but Shura was completely fine. I wasn't a massive fan of that.
Well, yeah.
It also redeemed all the villains. I wasn't happy with that. Not all villains need to be redeemed.
Villain. Technically, the main villain from the start of the series just died.
Yeah, but he was redeemed. He was shown not to be evil. He was just being corrupted.
No, he just died, didn't he?
Yeah, but he was shown that his with
later
his
on.
wife and that he was being corrupted and stuff, so it wasn't technically his fault.
Oh yeah, because the energy thingy, my Bob's was. God dang.
I mean, Erebos didn't even help humanity. His child did. He just was really annoyed at what the Star Touched Elves were doing. He just continued it. And not a single Star Touched Elf decided to stop him doing it. Which they could have done. They could have just said, you know what? We really need to stop that. But no.
No, they didn't. They didn't decide to stop anything.
They should have.
But that's the
That's how the
involvement
pearl could have
thing,
been
isn't it?
made. They could have just made it. Or they could have just stopped him in the first place. Because right now, at the end, they have no methods of defeating him. It's literally impossible.
Nope. Technically, as soon as they kill him again, there's going to be another giant explosion and everyone
They have
dies.
less methods now. Because they're down on dragons. They're down on overpowered dark mages.
Yep.
They are completely screwed in every way. I mean, it won't kill them. It'll just knock them out of their physical form and cause a giant explosion. Nothing can actually kill one. Because they just go back to being a star again and just are reborn in X number of years.
7.
I think it's X number, it was just 7 more before he can.
And it's just no. I think it's 7 years before. I think it's literally just 7.
Which is why his daughter should have appeared, even if it's not, even if she's in a different form and doesn't remember her dad. She should have at least been there. I mean, for all we know, this could have been in the cancelled seasons to assist them.
Teleporting monkey. I always thought it's like that. Kind of makes me think it's like that should be his daughter in a different form. So
I'd have been fine with it.
But the monkey thing, yeah.
And how they found the Nova Blade was stupid.
Oh, it was attached to this statue.
Which no one will have ever tried to steal in the future or past. It's just there.
And
since it's a dragon fang, it doesn't decay. So it would have always looked pristine and perfect.
It got dusty.
You really think that the kingdom would have allowed a god-slaying sword to be put in a shrine?
No one knew it was there, so yeah.
Yeah, but they should have known. Like, they'll have seen, oh, the sword's gone. Where could it be? This statue that we've just looked at looks very convenient. Like, they will have been there at that grave to do the ceremony. They will have seen it.
So more than likely, the person who did the thing was probably a close friend or something like that.
Look at Firewall being based.
I don't want this sword getting in the wrong hands, so just dirty it up, cover it in.
And you are completely right, Firewall. You are based and completely right. If it didn't manage to end after 7 seasons, it doesn't deserve more seasons. You are right. We've watched shows that deserve more seasons, and this got more than those. So annoying when your show doesn't get an extra season, and garbage gets extra seasons. Not like it was garbage, it was watchable.
It had potential.
It has a lot. It's just wasted potential. That's all it was.
I think, I think at some point the storyline just got not lazy, but it got out of hand.
But all the arcs were the same. We will try to find Aravos. We'll almost get there. We think we've got there. Turns out we haven't got there.
Yeah, well, the original thing for me was like it seemed like their plan for each season was we have 3 seasons, and 3 seasons will correlate to essentially one arc completing, and then obviously with they failed to do that because they had 7 seasons now.
7
total?
seasons.
So it took like 4 seasons to kind of finish the mysteries of Aravos, which, let's be honest, weren't really a mystery.
I mean, it wouldn't have needed to be a mystery if they actually explained him, which they didn't. If they put
Also,
effort into explaining how Star Trek elves were a thing and how they could be stopped, but they just went, no, you know what we're going to do? We're going to make them completely unstoppable.
Pretty much.
Like, when you make a character so unkillable that only their own race, who will not do it, are the only ones that can stop them, is absolutely stupid.
Pretty much.
Like, all they had to do was state if there's an elf of each element and that they combined each of their elemental powers, they could negate a Star Trek elf. That'd be fine, because by the end they basically had one of each race. That's all they had to do, and it would have made perfect sense.
No, just let Callum learn star magic.
Yeah, do it. Let him learn all the Arcanum, and that just somehow gives him the ability to stop Aravos. But we're not allowed nice things. How did he learn magic despite humans can't? It seems to be that Callum just either was born to do it, or he just took an interest in a different way. Because he had a primal stone and he actually wanted to learn. And I don't think a lot of the humans would have put effort into actually learning. Because for them to learn, they would have had to see one of the elves of that element. And they wouldn't have learned it off him.
No, so I think the thing with Callum's magic is that you need to understand the Arcanum in order to use it. And for humans, what the show says, humans do not have an understanding of the Arcanum.
And he actually put effort into learn.
Whereas Callum does. So essentially, you could say that either Callum has a bloodline that has an understanding that allows him to gain a better understanding of the Arcanum.
Or he's just smart and he just learns.
Yeah, which is, I think, more likely. I do feel like it is bloodline related.
I mean, he also had a primal stone. Those
because
are really
you've
rare.
also got to remember that his brother, which again, I'm forgetting people's names left, right, and center here. What's Callum's brother's name again? Ezrin. There you go. Ezrin also has a special ability to being able to talk to animals. So if that's not a special trait of his mother's bloodline, I don't know what is. I mean, it probably doesn't generate in everyone. Yeah, or maybe it does, and yeah.
Do they have the same father or the same mother?
Same mother.
So it would have to be a mother's trait, yeah.
So it would
actually, it might not be. It could be the king's trait, because that's how Ezrin could have got it, and Callum doesn't.
Well, no, because if it's magic, because I have a feeling it's more like a mystical, magic-related thing. So I have a feeling that at some point in their family's lineage, there was probably either another magical being that was in their bloodline, which helps Callum understand the Arcanums better.
What milestone in
obviously-
Dwarves history?
Yeah, and obviously gives...
Apparently we've reached a milestone in Dwarves history as well.
Mhm.
I don't know what that is, but apparently we have. That's fine. Like, there's loads of unanswered things that would have made Dragon Prince more interesting.
But yeah. And to be fair, this would also why I was saying it's like the fact that they have the cube.
You mean the cube that
goes
didn't do
back-
anything but should have done something?
The cube goes back to the fact that the human that learned magic from, obviously, Aravos's daughter, they actually inherited that. Because obviously Aravos was away forever in a day, and they might, just snagged it.
And
But-
you are right, we have just started the tutorial videos, partially because I couldn't be bothered writing the full rulebook. So I'll just make a video that people can just watch to make it make sense. I'm slowly getting there, though. I've got, like, all the, I've just done all, like, the card layouts. And all that stuff, so... We're getting there, though. So basically, I'm going to finish the video, and then if Nat wants at some point, he can make artwork for it, and I'll sub them in. But if not, well, it's fine as it is. I did not show Nat the cards we made last time on stream. Yeah, last time, Nat, after you went, I made Firewall some cards.
Mm-hmm.
That's how we did the his new mechanic.
Fair enough.
Yeah, we're getting there. Because once this video's up, and we know it's sort of known how it plays, we can get on to a lot of the other things then, like test duels, and the arc. I'm going to make lore videos for each deck's god, like how Star Dragon becomes a thing, and how he started, what he does during the Deity War, and then all his lore as well, like how the Lightning Bear found the Lightning Orb, the God Orb, and turned into Kaiser. The Shift Zone is basically like an extra deck. A card will have the ability Shift, because there'll be a card in the Shift Zone which will state Shift X name plus X name, and if you control both those names, you can combine them. Sort of like a fusion.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily need to be that way.
But you can only have 10 in the Shift Zone.
Yeah, and there's varying ways of you can shift cards as well. That's just one of them.
It looks busy, you say. Let me get it up. So all that means is that's Familiar Zone 1, Familiar Zone 2, Familiar Zone 3. That's all that means. Deck or Afterlife depends on if you're right or left-handed. So you just put your deck in whichever one you want. Shift Zone, not a lot of decks use. Divine Arts are just there. That's where your god lives, and that's just your field. 3 Sky Striker players in a row. Christ. Yeah, so that just shows that there are 6 assist zones, 6 familiar zones. You don't have to play a god, but if you do, that's where your god lives. Your counter field is how you gain your C. Yeah, you don't need a god if you don't want to. Nats technically doesn't. Nats is a shift zone that shifts between different forms. I mean, gods are quite nice to play, but you don't have to play them. Each starter deck will come with one. And there are generic ones that you can play, but you don't have to. Which was kind of the original problem we had. That most games, you never played the god at all. Which kind of, wasn't the purpose of the game. Yeah, so it's just basically Yu-Gi-Oh! Field. The only difference is you've just got the Divine Arts, which you can activate once per game, unless it's a field, and then you can activate as many times as you have counters. Or energy, I think we're calling it. Or whatever your resource is, basically.
Divinity.
It's like divine energy or something. We could have gods that do that, yes. Like, the god wouldn't be summonable, but it'd have passive effects based on if it's in the deity zone or not. Yeah, could have that. Yeah, could have that, totally. Like, it could have field effects and deity zone effects. The only problem is, if it's in a deity zone, you can never negate it. Because it's not in a zone where you can negate. So it couldn't have a destruction effect. Or a negate or something. Because that'd be too powerful because you won't be able to negate it. But something passive like a buff or a draw. That's fairly reasonable.
Yeah, we did actually look into that, if you remember. I don't think it went well. Room for improvement.
So long as it's like a passive and not an active effect, which affects the game because it will be unnegatable, that's fine. I don't know if I saved those cards, but they are on the previous video. I can bring them up whenever. I think they're quite nice, though, from what I remember. Like, I can just, let me get it up now. So, it'd be my videos. It'd be alive. And it would be Master Duel and stream while ill. That stream. Continuous effects can't be negated, no. Well, you can negate the effect, but not the activation, because it's a continuous, so they don't technically activate. Unless you negate it when it's played. I don't know if I saved them, because they weren't the best of the ones, because I didn't even use the newest layout. But they were pretty nice, though. Oh, let me put that in the playlist of... where is that playlist? There we go. I'll put that in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Streams playlist. Because it wasn't in there currently. It is now. Yes, I think we made continuouses, since they're always technically active, unnegatable. Unless you're negating the effect, not the activation. I mean, like, you can negate autos, for example. Because they do activate each time. God, I've seen a lot of striker players today. Which is fine, I don't mind striker players. The difference between activated and triggered abilities. As in what way? Like, any act, OPT or something is an activated effect, so you can negate it. I don't know what you mean by that, so I'll let you have a...
Not really. Triggered just means that something has caused it to activate, whereas an activated one is where you activate it yourself.
Oh, okay, is that one? Yeah, that's all that means, yeah.
So, you'd have one where it's just like you activate it and it's like draw 2 cards, discard 1 card. That's just a normal activated one. So, triggered ability would be a case of if your opponent declares an attack, do something.
Like a trigger to an action. Okay.
So, so an activated ability is just basically you are saying something's going to happen. Whereas a triggered one is, if this happens, you do this.
There's not a huge amount of difference between those.
No, they're essentially both activated, but when we say triggered ability, it would mean that it's like it runs off of something happening.
Yeah, it's like any trigger effect you can't activate it on its own. It's got to be in response to something, where most acts can you trigger and activate when you want.
That's why we refer to it as a trigger.
Or basically, act starts a chain, and triggers have to be part of a chain, but can't start the chain.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't even know if we call that as chains. I mean, basically all games call them chains, so it's not a rip-off to call it a chain.
We have chains and links.
Yeah, we also have instances and trigger points as well. Not to make it confusing at all, though. Oh. Let me down some of this stupid cough medicine. If I'm going to be talking for an hour or so more. Stuff is vile. Yeah, because after I finish this video, I want to get into the lore videos, like how Akashia, the knowledge god, went from an insane psychopathic killer into the knowledge god. That was quite a nice story.
This one wouldn't have the trigger symbol on it. This would actually have the continuous symbol on it.
Yeah, I'm still not 100% after 3 weeks. This chest infection's just killed me. It's fine, I'm not contagious anymore. I can actually go do things. That's something. The problem is I can't record yet. And I've only got 4 episodes of Tales of Graces left, and then I run out. So I need to record more next week, which is going to be fun. It's quite nice. I've missed playing some games. I haven't played much recently.
Yeah, like I was saying anyway, this image that I'm being sent, technically it'd actually be a continuous card, not trigger, because obviously if your effect says cont, which is continuous.
Yeah, but is it one of Firewall's ones?
Yeah, it's the.
It has to be a trigger because its ability lets it stay on the field. If it was a continuous, it would just remain on the field regardless.
Then what's the point of having a continuous effect with a trigger?
Because it stays on the field.
Yeah.
I can't remember which card we're talking about, to be fair.
Yeah, so triggers are literally just a one-off. You can activate this during your opponent's turn. It's like a quick effect. Whereas continuous is just, it's always on the field.
What kind of first hand is that?
Which the effect itself can activate on a condition. That's why it would be continuous.
Oh, yeah, stalemate. Yeah.
So it'd be a continuous assist with a trigger, with obviously, and the.
To be fair, that shouldn't be a con. You are right. That should be an act. But it has to be a trigger because you can trigger it to your opponent's play, so you get to draw.
No, but is it a continuous effect?
No, it's an act.
So you can only use it once.
Twice. Because it remains on the field because it has ethereal.
Then it technically still needs to be a continuous.
Yeah, it's a really... It's an odd mechanic, but we can make it work.
What? So what does ethereal do again?
It remains on the field after use. So then if it has an effect, it can like use its effect, use ethereal to remain on the field. And then it could have an additional effect, which is remove this card from the field to do something. And the second card, other than stalemate, might be the easiest one to explain it, because we made two.
Yeah, this card doesn't make sense to me.
It was a first draft. We can tweak any other card.
It's essentially it just seems to be a continuous assist with more steps.
That one at the moment, yes. We can tweak it later on, it's fine. To be fair, this was also 5 o'clock in the morning when I made these. I was a little tired at the time. The second one, I think, is a lot easier to explain. I think it was like a destroy that could destroy again. It was like a 2C destroy with ethereal, with a quick effect that can be used on your opponent's turn by paying X and banishing itself to destroy something. That makes a little bit more sense than stalemate does, but... I think the mechanic's fine. We just need to find the best way for it to work. Like we do with all the other ones, like how we broke Unity originally. And we had to fix it until it worked. Stealth is still broken, by the way, Nat. We've never fixed stealth.
We're never trying to fix it, I don't think.
Yeah. I'll try to fix it at some point. So for that one, Firewall, stealth is the ability to play a card from your hand face down in stealth. It can't be attacked or targeted, but can be destroyed by non-targeting effects. You can play any card from stealth, no matter what tier it is, in stealth from your hand for free. But it would have a condition on flipping itself from stealth. And we couldn't figure out whether to have it as a cost or a hard condition.
Well, the original...
Because technically you could just place a 5 from your hand in stealth. And then just flip it with a random effect for like 1C. And you just got a tier 5 for free. So currently, stealth is broken. But I'll fix it at some point, because that's what the spiders do.
Yeah, originally it was we used to pay C right at the start when we played it, which was then a big indicator of what it was.
Yeah, like pay 3 to summon a 5 from your hand in stealth. But then it's like, why would you summon it in stealth instead of just summoning it normally and stuff like that? Yeah, so stealth is the only way to play a familiar face down. Other than that, there is no way. Yeah, basically that's what it was. Flipped by its own ability or an assist, which is just flip a card you control from stealth. So, if you didn't know, if you're summoning a card from your hand, it can be summoned in attack or defense. It doesn't have to be face down in defense. It's got to be face up in attack or defense, unless it's got stealth, then you can place it face down.
Yeah, we don't actually have a face down defense and stuff like Yu-Gi-Oh. Everything is face up. The only thing that was able to go face down is stealth.
There it is, Nat. Oblivion Stone. That one makes more sense. On play, target a card and destroy it, but then it's got ethereal, so it stays on the field, and then you can use its axe trigger to target a card on the field and destroy it.
Yeah, see, that one makes a lot more sense.
That's fine.
To G, definitely 5 o'clock when you made this.
Yes, it was. I mean, I did eventually write but it depends when in the video we took the screenshot. It's fine.
And destroy it.
Because like the other benefit of stealth is if you're about to die and you've got a 1C, flip it into stealth, it's basically indestructible. So you can keep it on the field for next turn. As I believe any card that was successfully flipped from stealth doesn't have to pay that cost again if you flip it face down again.
Yeah?
Hmm?
I heard about the stealth
mechanic. Yeah, if you set a tier 5 in stealth, that has the effect of when your opponent attacks, flip this card up. It's been successfully flipped, so if you flip it back face down again, you don't have to meet its trigger condition again.
No. No, you're good once. Once is enough.
Yeah, his original pitch was assists with Ethereal, which would just basically play them, and then they become continuouses via the effect of Ethereal. And then you contribute them to do things, or like, tribute 3 assists, do this. If this card is tribute, if you tribute an assist, it gets this effect. You can do loads of cool stuff with it.
Ethereal seems like it could be a cool thing, but I think it needs the right...
It needs the right deck. Yeah.
It needs to work in the right way, because otherwise...
If anything, the Akasha deck needs this.
With extra steps.
Yeah, the Akasha deck needs Ethereal, really, because it needs face-up continuouses. So I could add Ethereal to a couple of the Akasha cards. I think it's a really decent thing. No problem with Ethereal. Yeah, he's not making it like specific tribe things, but it is generic in the sense of it could just be a card that needs to stay on the field. That's fine. I need to get rid of that. Get off that field. We need fire dance. Yeah, the only thing I need to finish the video is the card back, and that's not really hard to make, so we just need to flip the symbols over. You did send me that, didn't you, Nat, at some point? The card back.
I've not sent the card back.
Yeah, so there you go, Firewall. That's sort of what the card back looks like now. The only problem is these are the old symbols, and we now have more symbols.
Yeah, we've got an old version of it.
Yeah, it's called Zeion because it's the Zeion project, basically, so.
Also, someone else saw the name Deity was.
Yeah, so Deity Wars is the sub-word, basically. Zeion is also the world that it's set in. You mean like unique tribeless cards? Yeah, we don't have a lot of those. Generally because we'd have to balance them more since they can be used in anything. But you are right, we do need to make more of those.
I've got some Unity ones.
You know, just like unique cards, which is, I want to build a deck around this. Yeah, you're right. We do need to make more of those.
What, you mean like I generally do in Yu-Gi-Oh?
Yeah.
So, like, the one I'm bringing tomorrow is going to be fun. I just can't make it in Master Duel because the card I need is not in it.
No, you're completely right, though. We have been planning the first booster set as well, but we sort of don't know what to put in it yet. We aren't really decided. Oh, don't worry, I have one of those, Firewall, don't worry. I was originally banned because I did make one of those and then it was immediately vetoed, but they do sort of exist. Like, I have a superhero called the Almighty One, who is always one stronger than your opponent. And that was vetoed because you can't knock a card, you can't knock off one damage because it'll ruin everything. Thanks, game. Yeah, give it a go, mate, if you can. I'm going to have to put a disclaimer at the beginning of the video stating not all the card art is card art we've made. Because we currently don't have enough. We need to make the video of all of our artwork. Unless I plan out what exactly is going to be in the video and we make those artworks. Well, that might be a bit of a pain.
I made quite a lot of the glories.
You won't make Glory though.
I haven't made glory, but besides that one.
I mean, Star Creator Dragon does have artwork, it's just not finished. And we haven't finished many of the constellations, but if you don't know when it's going to be done, it's fine. I mean, it'd be easier for you to have a think and then watch the video first. And then you'll sort of know, because it's going to have to explain all keywords that we currently have as well. Yeah. I mean, we do have a lot of the artwork done. Like the generic draws done. Quite a lot of the star cards are finished. We just don't have all of them yet. If this guy doesn't have access to U-Bell, he can't Ultimate Nightmare me, so let's see if I can keep him off it for now. Yeah, I'm following Duel Logs' video on the order of which things need to be explained. Like, the first bit is sort of how to play the game, not explanation of what cards do. Because if a person's watching the video, they kind of want to know how the game plays, not what the cards do and look like. So I'm going to have a mess around with that. Mirage, sure. Yeah, because as soon as that's done, I want to do the God videos. That'd be quite nice. Okay, hit me with it. Like, there's loads of decks around here fully finished. Like the Super Sentai deck, that's probably one of the best ones. It's one of the main character decks. As if you didn't know, there are 6 main characters. The only problem is we don't have enough villains yet. which I think is Nat's character who uses Realm, my character with Star Dragon, the character with Akasha, the Glory person, and the Super Sentai God. Pay a certain amount to copy the effect of a card. Like I say, it definitely wouldn't be. It wouldn't be 7 if it was just replicate a keyword. If it's target a card, copy a card. But if it was target a card, banish that card, then copy that effect, it'd be like 1 or 2. Ooh, play a card for free though. I mean, that's not too bad because there's not a lot of broken effects that you could mess around with. Like, the strongest card would currently be Aquarius, which is a 5C, add Godslayer, nuke the field. Which means it can destroy gods. Oh, you can play the... Oh, okay. That's kind of interesting. So you could replicate a card which is... like 2C draw, like X number of times to draw multiple cards. That's kind of interesting. We are not giving a person 40 counters. That would be immense.
100 before. I wasn't allowed.
No, you were not allowed, Nat. You would play Soulburn and the game would be over.
Okay, it was a bad design choice, but... well,
it wasn't a
it would've been
finished
cool.
design choice. It is possible for it to work now with the current rules, but back then, no, it was definitely not. Okay, so replicate would be fine, providing on the card you put it on. If it was like, 3C, draw a card, replicate 2C, draw additional card. If you wanted to pay 10C to draw 5 cards, that's fine. As 10C would be really hard to get. And even if you had 5 cards, you wouldn't be able to play those cards because you'd be out of resources. I think the replicate keyword works fine, providing on what you put it on. Oh, now I draw Nib. That would technically be game. So I get that and he'll get rid of it. Well, it wouldn't. Would it be playing any card for free or a tribe card for free? Generally, the highest cost a card would have is 4. But does it also mean you can play familiars from your hand like tier 5s for free? Because you probably get more use out of getting a tier 5 for free. I don't know. 2 or 3 is probably fine. Because 3 is the standard reborn cost, but the card would generally be random on top of your deck unless you do shenanigans. And the only way to put a card on top of your deck is to put it there without another effect, which would cost, so... It's fine. Why would this guy give me Druid's Worm? I can just smack it now. Oh no, I can't. Go away, Phantom. It's not too bad then, because that's basically gambling. 3 would be perfectly fine for that. The most generic, the generic regenerate, reborn spell is just called Resurrection, and it's 3C. But most decks that are, like specific ones cost 2. Or they sometimes still cost 3, because as you play it, you would get 1 resource back for playing it, so it technically costs 2. And it's searchable. The best reborn spell is in the Dragon deck, which is by far the most broken deck. I believe I call that Dragon Soul Charge. It's been a while though. Let's see if I can find it. Give me a second, I'll find it. While this guy's taking his really long turn. There we go, I found it. That's my turn, it's fine. Ooh. I'll take extra cards. Yeah, I'll show it straight after this. That's perfectly fine. No problem with that. You added a downside, so it reduces it by 1. How is this game still going? Discard 2 for a zombie token. You could have discard 2 or substitute one of the 2 for 1C. Create a zombie token. Unless the zombie token's really powerful, 1C or 1 discard would probably be fine for that. So this guy's doing his thing. Let me find this out. So we were after assists, weren't we? Yeah, so instead of like a 2C destroy, mine is a 1C, but the cost is mill 2, and then I can destroy a card. I've got a discard specific title, draw 2. I think I had a reborn, but I can't remember what it was called. Yeah, Blazing Soul there. 3 seats, but it's an equip. And it has to attack if able. Stuff like that. Discard 2 to... What kind of token is it? Because a discard 2 is a really heavy cost. Yeah, cards that cost less if you control X. Perfectly fine with those. Yes, SP can't target my card, so it doesn't work that way. Also, it'd have something like Vengeance or something. Just kills the card that kills it. Reasonable. I think a discard 2 would still be really excessive, though. Finally! God, that was an annoying duel. Generally, 1C would be a negate, 2C would be a destroy, and 3 would be a reborn. A draw is... Draws are either 1 or 2. Yeah, no, I can't believe I won that game. Turns out, if my cards can't be targeted and are 0, Duel can't reflect battle damage. Who knew?
Hmm?
Who knew that Duel can't inflict battle damage if... no, reflect it if all my cards are 0 all the time?
I mean, yeah.
Now, 1C for a negate's fine, because you... For card economy, you're also losing a card. And there's not many negates either. Because there's a difference between negate and destroy. Because if you negate like an auto, it'll still activate again. Yeah, 1C, 1 or 2C to nope a card is fine. Trying to remember what the generic nope is. I think it's 2, not 1. It's not really high. 2C's probably fine anyway. Decks usually get about 5 or 6C a turn easily anyway, so... Follow them as in if they would be summoned, because I'm not using that terminology, but you can just negate a summon. It's usually an advanced summon you negate, not a standard summon. But there are a couple of negate summons, just not many. To be fair, we probably should have more of them. But we just haven't made many. I can't remember what the generic negates are now. That long. What deck would have generic negates? I think Ice might have some. Have a quick flick through. Odd Eyes, sure. I actually can't find any generic negates. I think we had 1 seed to negate an assist and 2 to negate a summon. But it's been that long, I just can't remember.
What's this?
How expensive are negates in Dwarves?
I think they're around about 2C.
I thought it was 1 to negate an assist and 2 to negate a familiar, but I can't remember. Like negate summons, I think it was called Banishment, and I think it was 2. But 3 if it was a trigger, because you can use it on your opponent's turn, or something.
Yeah, I can't remember about Banishment, because that was one of your cards, but...
It was the generic negate summon, but I completely forgot about it.
Yeah, I think there's that one, and then there's a random demon card that also negates the summon, but...
There's loads of magical girl ones that negate things, but I can't remember those.
There weren't many.
I thought the ice deck could have some, but I've just flicked through and it don't have any.
What, of negate monsters?
Because the ice deck is the nope deck. And
Yeah,
it just
but the ice
doesn't
deck
have
is
them.
assists. Because the ice deck is meant to rival the lightning deck.
Yeah, it's
which runs
assist
on
based, but
assists
it's
and
like if your opponent has X number of ice counters, do this. But okay, yeah, we can have 2 for generic negate then. Negate attack though is 1. I know that for sure. Negate an attack is definitely 1. Does Akasha have a nope? I think she does. Like it was called Silence in the Library or something. That is 2. Activate during your turn. This turn, your opponent cannot activate cards or effects. It just stops them negating your stuff. There you go. Trickery. When your opponent activates an assist, negate it for 1. You must control a librarian. If a familiar would be summoned, negate that summon. It costs 1, and you must control a librarian. So it costs 1 because there's a restriction of you must control a librarian. So it would generally cost 2. Yeah. Two, unless it has a restriction of an ability to lower it. Ooh, apple. And you can have Act OPT Destroys, which are usually just 2C. You can use it on your opponent's turn to destroy a card. Because the removal usually costs 2, but you can usually, if it's not generic and it's linked to your tribe, Just by playing it, you'll get one of the resources back. So it only costs 1. God, this guy's still going. There's not a huge amount of removal, because you don't really need a huge amount. Because in general, you can just reinforce over any of your opponent's familiars. Because reinforce is probably the strongest keyword we have. And also, somehow, the most convoluted and hard to explain. I'm going to do this. Distributing Baron and you. In Duels, if you exile a card, they can never get that card back. I mean, if it was destroy a card or exile for X number of turns, maybe. But just to nope an opponent's card permanently might be a bit excessive.
No. Yeah, we're trying to stay clear of exile and stuff. Not having the Yu-Gi-Oh issue of we have 2 graveyards and either one is very easy to access.
Yeah, exiled cards just, they don't come back. They are just gone.
There's only one deck that deals in exile, and that's the Exiler deck. And even then, it's not like basically just used so then you can't interfere with what's going on.
I've just lava go on this guy twice. He must not be particularly happy with me. I mean, they would get counters to compensate it, but noping their best card from existence. I don't know if that... I don't think that should be generic, if anything. If only one clan can do it, maybe?
Yeah, that's Exiler. And his thing was literally just like, essentially just going to be...
It's like if they only have one of a card or their only way to win and you nope it out of existence for basically free... Even if you're giving them resources, they can never come back from that, and their card will just remain dead.
And all deities cannot be exiled anyway.
No, gods cannot. Well, any god that would leave the field goes to the deity zone. You can't get rid of gods. 2C with ethereal. That's fine. If you didn't say that, night, so 2C with ethereal, which on enter banishes a card, but when it leaves the field, it comes back. That's fine. I mean, it doesn't even have to go back. It could go to the grave, so long as they have access to it and it's not just infinite, permanently noped. It's fine. Because I think Nat mentioned it like a minute ago, like we don't want it to become the second grave. Because the fastest way to access any Yu-Gi-Oh card is just to get it to the grave or banish it and it'll just come back straight away. But that one, yeah, Journey to Nowhere, completely fine. I do have one of those. It's called Wormhole. Trigger 1C, banish a card from the field, both fields for 1 turn. It's fine. Need 60 more. Let's see if I can get 60 more. I mean, I'll give it a try. I want to do a 10 roll before I go. Yeah, I made a new deck. Basically, out of 70% proxies. But I couldn't be bothered.
Well, I'm assuming my new one's going to be mostly proxies.
I have printed them.
Proof of concept, that's what we're going for.
Tomorrow, I'm going to be in when Dave is, because I'm giving him a lift. So, I will get up the second he rings. Forcing players to keep count of turns. Yes. That is a massive problem in Yu-Gi-Oh! Too. Remembering when cards come back is miserable. Yeah, I don't know how long I'll be in tomorrow, generally, because I don't know how long the car park will last.
Well,
if I get into the long car park, sure, but if not, it's like 2 or 3 hour.
More than likely, I'm going to say this is I'm probably going, because I'm obviously getting a lift with Fashion Film, so I'll only probably be there until about 5:30.
It's fine.
So that's generally when they go in it. So
basically, what I'm going to do when I get up is ring Sean and see if there's a space in that car park.
And then just ask him to stand there, yeah?
Basically.
Go on, just stand there and just don't let anyone park there.
It's the easiest way. Alright, so... what's the best strategy here? I suppose Water Arabesque's probably the best, but I can't kill him this turn. And we Arabesque for yellow. Summon yellow, get my kaiju. Get my trap. I will answer chat in a second. I'm just doing this. Get that. Yeah, okay. Oh god, do not. Here we go now. He's asked about the cursed part of Dwarves.
The cursed part?
Yeah. How do chains work? I don't have my sheet to explain them at the moment.
Not like Yu-Gi-Oh's. Everything is clear cut and straightforward.
Yeah, you can't chain anything to anything.
No, there's
It has to be chained to something, not something random.
Yeah, so you can't just randomly activate a draw card during the battle phase. Why? Because we said so.
Like Yu-Gi-Oh's got the thing of if you target a spell to destroy it, they can chain that spell to it, even if it's irrelevant. You can't do that in Duel. You can only chain triggers, and they have to trigger on the condition that they state. or trigger effects, basically.
Yeah.
Autos can trigger, because if an auto is when your opponent does something, it triggers, they can trigger to that.
Yeah. So.
And you can activate negates, but you can't chain anything to anything. Or the beginning of combat, yes, you do.
Triggers anyway.
So,
yeah, so essentially it's only triggers that will activate anything that is not triggered.
In combat. So in combat, say you attack your opponent. You then get priority to activate your cards first in that chain. Then once you're done activating your cards, your opponent can chain to your activations. And then once that's over, there are no more chains until the end of battle. There's no on attack well, it's basically on attack declaration, but then there's no before damage calc, and after damage calc. It is at the beginning of battle and at the end of battle. The player who attacks gets priority to activate theirs first, but say you activate all your buffs and then it goes to your opponent, they can just negate that attack and you've wasted all your buffs. Basically, is what I remember it being. I'll get Nat to write it down again tomorrow. What's on declaration is where you state if you're going to reinforce or not, or you're going to use stat buffs. It's oddly hard to explain, which is why I needed the video. God, I need 20 more gems. Right, quick loo break. Nat may be your best person for this because he invented how chains work.
I need to get me. I've not got me chat. Let me get me chat. There we go. Can you do something like I activate this card while holding priority, I activate another card in response? So I believe the way we've currently got it is if something has the same timing,
they go on separate chains.
I think you can only activate one.
No, you can activate multiple in one go. If they activate at the same time, they each go on a separate stack, and you can get each one individually. Because this was one of the discussions we had last in one of the other streams about continuous effects that activate at the same time. Like if you have 3 cards on the field that state when this card leaves the field, do something, and you nuke the field, all 3 of them die at the same time, they don't chain to each other, they create separate chains. Something like that. It's been a while. You can activate cards in your own response if priority, providing they can be chained to each other. Not all cards can be chained to each other. Like if you're in battle and the battle has started, you can't activate a trigger effect destroy your opponent's card because it's irrelevant to that battle. But you can activate negate effects and buffs and stats, stuff like that. Honestly, this is something that we do need to streamline and get written down. Because even now, I can't remember them all.
I think when it comes down to it, we might just need to amend wording of cards and state that certain cards can be activated during battle phase and certain cards cannot. As in, a card that can be activated will specifically tell you during the battle phase.
And if not, it doesn't.
And if not, it doesn't, yeah. That way no one can get confused.
Okay. In general, though, the turn player does get to activate their effects first. If 2 cards on the field die at the same time, the player who turn priority it is will get to activate theirs first if they want. Yeah.
The way that we had it before is that first
It's not so much overcomplicated, this firewall. It's just me and Nat don't really understand it to the point where we can explain it easily.
The way we say it out is we had the declaration, buff phase, defense phase, and then obviously the actually attack phasing of the thing. So basically, the person who attacks is able to buff their card as much as they want during the buff phase, as I'm currently calling it. I can't remember if we called it anything different.
The bit of
then
papers
the
in my other bag,
opponent
and I
is
have
able
access
to
to it.
respond by either like buffing their defense or and stuff like that as well. And then after that, nothing else can be activated, and the attack goes through. That is essentially the attack phase.
It's like all that can be activated on declaration is something that states on declaration or stat changes.
Yeah.
That's a little bit easier to understand, I suppose.
Is essentially you can only change stats or stack effects.
Or activate something that states during battle or at the beginning of battle, like a negate.
Yeah.
That's a little bit easier to understand, but still kind of annoying.
So
I'll write this down tomorrow when we're at the shop. I'll bring some paper and we'll get it sorted.
we are what we're trying to essentially do is trying to streamline it and not make it as convoluted as Yu-Gi-Oh's.
Well, Yu-Gi-Oh's has been the on declaration, then before damage calc, after damage calc, and then at the end of the battle is stupid. It does not need that many steps.
That's obviously why we're going for the thing of basically you can opponent activates their effects. Player activates their effect, opponent then activates their effect. No effect after that point can be activated. Because after that is literally the attack takes place, and basically what happens.
Yeah, isn't Magic's you declare an attack, then your opponent declares any number of cards to block with, and then battle just goes?
Pretty much.
I'll let Firewall jot some down while I'm going to look at this. I don't know a lot about Magic's systems, so I'll just let him jot some down. I should probably research more about how to play Magic. It's been a while. Activating. Hang on. That's actually very similar to Duel's. Beginning of battle, but ours is just declare. Then you can activate it on the declaration of the attack and the defense. Then battle happens, then it's end of battle. So that would be beginning of combat would be declaration. And then it'd be the person declaring the attack gets to activate theirs. Well, the only cards we'd be able to activate during those would be trigger effects. Oh, I don't like the turn before damage. It's too Yu-Gi-Oh! And complicated for me. I'll get it sorted tomorrow and jot it down. He's not on Decatron. Yeah, when your opponent activates cards in Duels, you still have a summon to activate your own, yeah? And you can negate your opponents providing you can do so. It's standardly in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's just slightly different in attack declaration phases. Like, you can activate an effect and your opponent can try to negate that, or activate their own, and then you can try to negate that. That does work in the chain, that's fine. What the hell am I dueling against? Void ritual beasts. Only during battle. But it's like you have it's just that not all cards can chain to all cards. Like, you'd be able to activate on declaration, and then after declaration there is a battle. You can't activate anything then because you have to activate it before the battle, and then you can activate something after the battle. So anything during you can't, but during the declaration of the attack up to battle, and then after the battle you can activate something. So it's like during before the battle you can activate like negate some buffs. Then the battle happens, then you can activate on destruction effects or things that chain onto destruction, stuff like that. Any other time, you can activate anything to anything providing you can, and in just standard chains. It'd be easier to see in a test game. Oh, yeah, before battle, yeah. It's just that once all of those have resolved, it goes straight to battle. You can't activate anything else. Then after battle, you can start chaining again. So before and after you can, but not during. So you have to set yourself up at the beginning of the battle to win that battle, or put that battle in a way of benefiting you. Please give me an assist. That's... It's terrible. It's just in Duels we have less in the battle phase like than Yu-Gi-Oh does. Just to try and streamline it so you don't have before battle, at the beginning of battle, during battle, during damage calc, and after damage calc, and yeah, beginning of combat you can still activate cards. And then after you've activated those cards, you can't activate anything else until after the battle. So the only times you can activate during battle is before and after the battle.
Yeah, declare an attack. You can still basically
you see,
negate
we didn't
attacks.
explain it very well, did we?
So you've got your attack declaration. So basically, you can activate stuff to that. So as the opponent. So obviously, like your negate attacks, you can activate at this point. And then once you get past that point, you get basically it's just stat buffs and other effects that you might be able to activate.
And then it's
like
battle,
maybe
and then you can activate
indestructibility and reinforce. These are the effects that you'd be able to activate at this time.
Yep, you can still activate things on declaration. You can activate things on declaration of attacks or on the activation of any effect, providing you have the ability to chain to it. It's just you can't chain things that are irrelevant to that chain. I have no idea what this deck is I'm dueling against. It's absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, you can activate them before the actual battle, yeah.
Yeah, so you have the attack buff phase and then the defense phase, which is your opponent's phase.
Yeah, so basically, you declare an attack on your opponent. Once that attack is declared is where you can activate things. But then once that chain resolves, battle happens and you can't activate anything during battle. But then after battle and they die, then you can activate things. Yeah. Yeah, only during battle of them hitting each other you can't activate things. You have to do it in advance or after they die. Well, that sounds really simple just saying it now. Why did I not say that before? Probably because I don't have my little sheet of paper with it all written down on. I'll write it down tomorrow and make it nice and easy to understand, yeah.
We hope.
It's just in Yu-Gi-Oh! Which has like 5 different sub-steps, we don't have that. The sub-steps are stupid. We don't do those. So give me a monster. I want to do things.
Never.
Still don't have a monster. Thanks, game. Yeah, I do apologize. We did not actually explain that well. It's like on declaration, you can then activate like buffs or negates. Then a battle would happen, and then you can chain to the destruction or after battle. With like, when a card is destroyed, do this. I have no idea what I'm doing against here. This is Void with Goblin Bikers and Ritual Beasts. It's a lot to chew on. It needs to be explained better. Especially in the video, which will be the first potential view of the game. Monster! Finally! God for that. I can get a trap. I mean, at least in a way, it's easy enough for you to understand. So I know it's easy enough to understand. If people can understand it, that's a good thing. Generally, at least 5-6 turns. At least. It's very hard to kill an opponent really fast in Data Wars, considering you have the equivalent of 10k life. This will cause a nice chunk. I don't want that. Get off the field. The dragon deck can kill a person in 3 turns, providing you get the best mills in the world. We do try to make it more interactive. Considering you generally get 5 or 6 counters a turn. And most destruction effects are like 2. And most decent effects are 2 or 3. So you get a decent amount of effects activated. But not enough to steamroll your opponent. Yeah, we have actually reduced it to 1,000. I just like saying 10,000 because it sounds big. But yeah, it has been reduced to 1,000. My god is 320 now. No, 28, 30... No, 280, 30... 200, no, 320 is mine. That was hard to say. Hey, you've contributed a lot more than our tester has contributed. Who said the star deck is completely fine gaining 2 counters a turn. No, it's not. God, I had to rebuild it with a right mess. We fixed it though, it's fine. Thank you, I'll take double-edged sword back, thanks. In a way, chains... we could just let anything activate to anything, considering you need the costs to do so. It'll be something I'll mess around with that tomorrow. Well, basically in 7 hours, anyway. Oh, I've assured you the strongest god in the game. Here you go, this is the strongest god in the game. Where is he? Yeah. Irion the Prime Trinity Dragon is the strongest god in the game. He is stupid. Once per instance, when you mill, your opponent must mill the same. So if you mill 6 times a turn, they still have to mill. Then you can declare a number between 1 to 5 to mill that number. Then your opponent loses power. And then to get him on the field, you need all 6 of his unique pieces. Which all have on mill effects. When it's sent to the... It's basically when it's milled, do this. When it's milled, do this. And they can be in the grave, and you just add them together to summon a giant super god of death. Well, technically he's the big good. He's not actually evil. He's the biggest good guy. Oh yeah, we have a generic assist, which is gain 2. It's called Soul Charge. Its literal effect is just gain 2C. And even then, all that means is you can activate 1 extra effect this turn. Just want 20 more. Give me 20 more. Twenty more and then I can leave. Come on, game. Two C, shuffle 3 from your grave to the deck and then draw one. Yeah, that'd work. It's mainly just to give him extra mill. I do need to fix that deck a bit. It's a bit slow. I'll get there, though. I'm just going to do the video against Star and Glory first. I think I've still got Praying's artwork somewhere. You know, that he did for the, for a couple of my decks. Oh yeah, here they are. I've got them. Yeah, there you go. Literally. Just get into. Completely free. I want this. Yeah, that would work against the strongest god, yeah. Or any of the mill decks. I think we've got a couple of those. Two, the sand deck, and that one. When I eventually finish that one, anyway. Yeah, the tier 1 and tier 2 do, but I didn't want to make it like excessive. Because getting a tier 5 for free is incredible. Even if it's not good, you can still tribute it for big things. Like, if you got a tier 5 for free, you could just tribute your god for it. I found the Master Deity layout. Interesting. I forgot I even had that. Yeah, there's Angelica. Does need to be fixed. It's kind of terrible right now.
That was the old layout, isn't it?
We're playing a card. All cards have tiers between, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, and tier 5. Tier 5 are your best ones. Then you contribute a 4 for a 5, like 2 2s for a 5, because it's the combined +1. So if you get a tier 5 for free, even if it's really bad and 0/0, you can still tribute it for your god if you wanted to. Familiars have to be tributed. So if you have a tier 5 in your hand, you have to tribute things from your field that equal 1 less. So if you tributed, 2 tier 2s, it adds up to 4, but then it's +1, so you can tribute for a 5 if you wanted to. Familiars aren't summoned with counters like Magic does. Counters are only to activate effects, not summon cards. we'll go yellow. Tier 1s and 2s don't need tributes. They're just played like level 4 or lower. Anything that is 3, 4, or 5 has to be tributed. I can actually explain this in a second. Once I finish this game, I will explain. As that is something I didn't really get into, did I? Let's see if I've got a random Dwarves deck lying around. I should do. Should be right here. Oh, here's Sriracha. This one will be easy to understand. Okay, I'll explain this in a second. You can only standard summon from your hand once. So you can summon a 1 or a 2, unless it's your first turn. I'll explain it more after this. I'll set my cam up and I'll just, you know, go through it. Not a problem, I will explain. Where's my little dish of counters? There you go. I had a little tub of counters, but I can't remember where I put them. Oh, this guy's taking his really long ass turn. Actually, I've got dice, I'll do. I'll explain with dice. Yeah. Yeah, the first summon of your game, your first summon, you can summon a combination of 3, so like a 2 and a 1, or 3 ones. So if you don't summon on your first turn, you can still do it on your second turn if you want. Wow, he kaiju'd me. We've vaguely explained it in lore why you can only summon once per turn as well, but it's fine. I suppose we can fire down here, can't we? I'm getting real sick of fighting you, Bell, today, by the way. Like every single game.
Finally, people like you, Bell. Is this a tournament thing?
No, it's just standard. I haven't fought a single Blue Eyes player. All I fought is basically you, Bell. It's kind of irritating, actually. Especially since he started with Necro Valley to try and screw me over. Okay, question away. We did need to fix chains anyway, but I'll explain summoning in a second. Yeah, I'll explain it in a second. Here we go. Right. Where was I? Yeah, we'll do this. This. With this. Kills you, Bell. Gets out of my game. I really should have got my really cool stand out that I made, but I kind of can't be bothered right now. Winning perm, that's not. Can I win this turn? I don't think I can. Let's try. We'll summon Ohime. Then Ohime will attach Axe of Fools to Radiant, which will allow Radiant to be big enough to punch. Yeah? Good. Right. Okay. Let's explain Vague Dwars. Can't believe I won that game. I'm doing really well against you, Bell, today. Right, so I will click this. Has it changed? They're my hands, yes. My really currently dirty setup. Right, so this is your counter field, which starts on 4, basically. So you just stay, I don't know, burst, summon 2 Sarashas. A 1 and a 2. It states on summon, gain 1. A burst summon is 1, so it'll go up to 5. Yeah. So right now, I can't summon from my hand again, unless I had an effect that lets me do so. So state, this is your second turn, and these 2 have lived. You have a 2 and a 1. So if you want, say this is your next turn. If you summon a 2, you can't summon again, basically. So you contribute these as your 1 summon. So I contribute a 2 for a 3, which would give me access to, let's say, Tempted, if I wanted. So I contribute a 2 for a 3, because it's the 2 plus 1. Or I contribute both, which is 2 and 3. So that'd be a combination of 3, and I contribute both of those for a 4, which would also mean I started my turn, so I'd get 1, and I summoned again. So that will put me on 7 to use any of these effects. So you can contribute from your hand once, or summon once, either or. So you can play a familiar from your hand once per turn. Unless you have a special secondary effect, like the Sarasha deck has familiars called Relics, which is her pet dog, her pet wolf, which just states if you control a Sarasha name, summon himself. So it gives you extra, like, for example, if we had, this on the field at first, and we had Relics, he would summon himself and not use your standard summon, and then you have 2 2s. And you could use both of these for a 5. Like that. If you didn't know, Sarasha is one person who changes her forms. So she's got 1 of each tier of a light and a dark form. Yeah, so you can have cards with Sarasha in their name that are light or dark. So basically, yeah. There's also cards like Tear Asunder, which would be target a familiar, destroy it, and summon cards from your deck equal to that tier. So say you can summon this for free via any means. You could immediately tribute that for your god if you wanted. Because a god just needs a tribute of a 5. I don't have my god in this pile. Interesting. But then you can use these... yeah. Yes. They do allow you to spam a lot of cards. We thought this way would make it a bit slower. Because the counters are only used for activating effects, not summons. So even if you can only summon once, you can use these for additional extra field effects or destructions. Like this deck adds faith to your opponents. And if a card your opponent controls has faith, you can do extra things, like extra summons or extra destructions. So you could have like summon a 1 or 2, give your opponent faith, and then you can have a card in your hand which is just, if your opponent controls faith, summon a card. And that gives you extra advantage even if you can only summon once. And then you can use the rune, your special counters, just to activate any of these powerful effects. Because this deck is based around, if your Sarasha kills a card with faith, you can steal that card because you are the corrupt Church of Faith. Yeah, like if you don't control a Sarasha named card, retire this card to summon one for free. I don't need to rebuild this because it's a bit not great at the moment. Because this isn't the full rebuild, but yeah. Yeah, basically, one standard summon from your hand, yeah. I thought it might be easier just to randomly pick a deck and just explain with those. It is one I do need to rebuild because this is technically, in law, the strongest anti-hero deck. Alright, I'm going to get these 20, and then I'm going to probably call it, but let's have a see. No, it's fine. If you're going to be making your own cards, it is easier for me to explain. I mean, this would be in the video eventually, but I've got no problem explaining it now. It'd be better if that was the actual newest printing of that deck, because I haven't finished it yet. It's a shift deck now. So you can summon the 2, which would be normal, and it can shift between light and dark forms, depending on what situation you want it to have. I just haven't finished it. So we can turn this off now. I don't need that. Cool. There we go. Ooh, I won for free. Well done, me. Yeah, you can have effects like if you've got a 5 in your hand or a 5 on the field. Even if it's 0/0 and not very good, you can use effects to destroy it yourself and split it into little things so that you contribute for bigger things or to add additional effects. Oh, one thing that I didn't state. I'll quickly turn my little camera back on in case it matters. It may not matter, but equips don't remain on the field as you would expect them to. So I don't know if it matters, but any equip doesn't remain... I don't know. I knocked my camera off, didn't I? Gotta put it. can't believe I did that. That was
To
stupid.
the speaker.
That was really stupid. Not me. Okay, hang on. Okay. Now you can see, equips don't stay here. If you equip a card to a card, they go under it like that. And you can still destroy these with spell and trap card destruction. It's just that that's where they live. So if you were to add equips like add extra abilities or keywords, they just go under it, then they don't take up space. Like if you have an equip a card from a deck, it wouldn't go here, so it doesn't matter how many zones you have free, it just goes like that. And you can still destroy these as normal. They just live under it. I don't know if that matters, but that is a rule that we have. Because we don't really have an equip deck yet, but we thought having an equip deck would limit it with only 6 zones. So they now equip to under the card. And if that card is destroyed, they go to the grave as normal. Like I said, don't know if that matters for your deck, but that is something that we have added. And later I'll fix chains, make them easy to understand. Yeah, you can equip more than 6. Which also means if you have 6 familiars on the field, you can have more than 6 equips. You don't have to limit yourself to 6 zones. But if your opponent activates something that destroys all spells and traps on the field, it will destroy all those equips even if they're not on the field and attached to them, basically. Like you can still use target a card on the field and destroy it, and you can destroy an equip still. It's just to save space and make equip decks not lame. Like, only having access to 6 slots in a full equip deck is kind of lame. So that's the only reason we did it. I'll just do one last 10 pull of the Sky Striker one, because I kind of want to build Sky Striker. Because now you can have effects like target a card on the field, equip it with something from your deck or grave, and not take up a slot. I think it's quite nice. I mean, you could have an effect of the worms of they're counted as tier 1, and for every equip or extra effect they get, they're counted as 1 higher. Something like that. Oh, I'm not doing well with these polls today, am I? Doing terrible. Yeah, because I literally spent all the last couple of days remaking all the card layouts. So now gods are gold. God arts are kind of goldy colour. We fixed assists with the nice little new border. We fixed the field. We got there. Slowly. I think it'll take me about, as soon as I get the back layout finished, about 2 weeks to finish this video. I've got Spectra. It's kind of nice. Now, do you actually have this back layout in a way that it's easy to fix?
Yeah, I think so.
If not, I'd try to make one similar. It's just because it's the last thing we need, but it'll take as long as it takes. It's fine. Right, last poll for today. What we got? Oh, cool. Probably not. Alt Hayate. I'll take it. Let's see, what alts do I even have? Have a quick look before I do anything else. That's the only UR I pulled today, yeah. So now I have 2 alt Shizuku, 1 alt Kagari, which I kind of want 3 of. I've already got 3 Rays in alt. Yeah, I don't have any standard yet. I don't have any of these. I do need to get some. I mean, getting 3 standard Rays is kind of nice, though. I've already got those. I just need 1 combined maneuver. A couple more Kagari. Alt would be nice. I've got 3 Hayate already. And I've got 2 Shizuku. It's not terrible. I've certainly seen significantly worse, anyway. Like, I don't think people really play this Temperance, but like, I've got 4 Widow Anchor. All my roses already. So we were going to start with 2 structure decks, but then it's like, what do you put in the actual sets? So the first 2 decks are Starlight Empire and Glory. So then for the first set, do we reprint cards from a starter deck or only make new ones for those 2? And then how many other clans do we add? Because it'll have Glory and Star, and maybe 1 additional or 2 additional 2 additional clans. And then how playable do those clans need to be, and how big does the set need to be? And how easy is it to pull fields? And how easy does someone get the gods and the cards you need? They may not be fully in the set, but you might be able to add like the god and alternate arts or higher rarities, but you'll also have additions to those starter decks as well. So you may not be able to get all the starter deck bits in the first set, but you'd have additional stuff for them as well. But it's like, how much extra stuff for the decks over adding new clans? Then it's also like, do you want to make the game in a way that they have to buy a starter deck to play? You should still be able to make something out of just boosters if you want. But that would also mean we need to have fields, god arts. There's just just quite a bit to think about, really. Can I wipe out any URs? Yeah, it's like how easy the fields are to get. Because I'd also like to add additional fields for like the star deck. In the first set can have like maybe an extra god if they want to play that instead of Star Dragon. An extra field if they want to play that. I don't know about making fields really common. In general, they would probably buy a starter deck usually. I mean, in general, I'd say every box of product should contain at least enough stuff to make it playable. So you can't short print fields ever. God, this new system of crafting cards is garbage. Absolute ass. I don't put a singularity, that can go away. Oh yeah, I got the alternate art reinforcement of the army. It looks so cool. I've got two of them, I can just dismantle them. Second, I'll get to chat in. Alright, what we got? I mean, we could stay. The first card could be a god art or a field. I was just getting, like, there'll only be like 4 fields per set. You don't want to keep getting one of those per pack, but we could have god arts as well. It's classed as fields. Maybe not, like, say it's 6 cards a pack, but not count the field as one of them. And then you've got a chance of getting a hollow one if you want. Box stoppers would be fine. Like potential hollows or fields and things. Because there's 2 clans in the Star deck. There's the Star Knight people, which are Star Dragons thing. And then there's the people who worship them, the Starlight dudes. And they both play differently. So you'd have the new field in that set for that and a new god, basically. A field god art or perhaps a god. But you make the gods rarer. Because you don't technically need them to play. But they'd also not be the highest rarity in the world, so they're impossible to get. Yeah, I could see that. Ah, I can play Melodious now. You don't really need 2 bloomed either. I've just put 2 in regardless. Do this. There, I can play Melodious. I think that sounds fine. Yeah, or sometimes you can get fields in hollow if you want. We shouldn't state that all fields have to be common. You should be able to get nice things in hollow too. And gods can come in like common or deity rare or something. or the starter decks have unique god artworks. And you can get the standard artwork in packs, but the unique one in the starter decks or something. Or the other way around. The starter decks is normal, but in the booster sets you can get unique artworks. There's loads of things you need to think about for this sort of thing. I did quite well in duels today. I got all the way up to silver again. Oh yeah, fields should definitely be completely necessary. But then there's like, do we want to do sets as normal, or do we want to do similar to Vanguard sets? Where Vanguard will pick 3 clans, and that set will only have those 3 clans in it. But then there's also, if you don't play any of those, people won't buy that set. There's loads of things we need to eventually get around to. Anyway. Yeah, we could do both. But then there's also like, every time a new archetype is released, do we want to make a structure deck for it? Because we can. I think the lightning and ice would be nice in structure decks. Oh yeah, we can add staples or different god arts or something. Or divine arts, technically they're called. I've been told we should stay away from terminology that states God and just call them deities and divine arts instead. Yeah, I don't mind like having religious symbolism in there, but we'll probably not call them gods. We'll just call them deities. It's fine. Oh god, that'd be lovely if every Battles of Legend had an Ash Blossom. If like if you had like 4 Battles of Legend and each one's got a different artwork of Ash, that'd be kind of cool. Or you've got a chance of getting different arts. That'd be so nice. But no, Konami does not give us nice things.
Great. I think I'm calling it there anyway.
Yeah, I'm going to get off in a minute as well, because we need a little bit of sleep before tomorrow.
Indeed.
Where we will write down chains, and it will work.
Hopefully.
And yeah, we do want to get away from the highly religious mobs.
Well, yeah.
So we're not calling them gods,
them
we're calling them deities and divine arts, not god arts.
Yeah.
Fine.
That'll be our...
Even though they technically are gods. But it's fine.
Discord anyway. Right, see you all later. See you later.
See you later, good sir.
Bye.
I'm going to get myself off in 5 minutes, so I just need to tweak this first, and then we'll be okay. See, we did a lot today. We've explained chains, how the fields work, how the game plays. We went away from symbols into keywords, which was a big change. Kind of an annoying change, but it is a change that we had to do. Ooh, that would be cool. All different artworks, because you can play 4 of a copy. Yeah, if you didn't know, it's not 3 of a kind like in Yu-Gi-Oh! You can play 4 of a copy. But it's also Digimon's rule of it's not the same as copy. It's code. So you can play 4 cards called Rat. And if in another set another card called Rat comes out, you can play those as well. Because they're also all called Rat, but they have different codes. So you could have an entire deck of Rat, providing that each of the 4 of copies of it have different codes. That is a good question I have completely forgot. Let me just quickly load up the rules. I think it was 50 standard. You have to play 50, but I'm not super certain. Let me have a quick look at deck size. There we go. Maximum of 4 copies. Between 40 and 60, yeah. Between 40 and 60, 4 of each copy. Yeah, this one you can play anything of providing it's a different name. Because I've got an entire deck of Sarasha, and they all, every one of the different tiers 1 to 5 have the same name. So I technically have 20 copies of the same card. But they all have different codes, so. Deck out, yep. The player loses the game if they run out of life or fail to draw a card when their deck is empty. Or when a card causes alternate loss conditions. And you've got like how to play the game. It's really old, this. I do need to fix it, but... Oh, codes like... You know, a Yu-Gi-Oh card will have the set it's from. You know, like LOB001. Like the starter deck for Empire is SDSE001, which is Star Dragon. As long as it's from a different set and not the exact same code, you can play multiple copies. Like how turns work, alternate game styles like Battle Royale and Team. That's how the field used to look, but we fixed it. How autos work, gods work. The type of assists. That's where all the symbols would go, but we've changed them from symbols to keywords. What they all do. General terms and stuff. It looks really complicated, yeah. I mean, Yu-Gi-Oh's rulebook is like 90 pages of absolute garbage. So I'm just going to go for a video, and then I'll write the rulebook down. I mean, I could do that, but then it's also like... Cards have to state specific names. Like if you control specific names, summon something. Or in that one, it'd be a card with Wrath in its name. But then that would also open it up to any card that you will ever print with Wrath in its name. Instead of just this specific name. But yes, I have made it pretty complicated, I am aware. I might give them different names, but a continuous clause of they are all classed as this. They are classed as this name. Or they gain this name in addition to extra names. Stuff like that. Technically, yes, I would. I did not think of that. Let me write that down. I'll discuss that with Nat tomorrow. Where's my paper? Here's some. Good point. I will tell that to Nat tomorrow and we'll fix it. Yeah, I could add that as a clause, couldn't I? Or we just always reprint Soul Charge with the same code. Maybe. Oh, yeah. I could do that. It's either that or we just state any reprints in general have the same code. Yeah. I'll bring it up to Nat tomorrow as well and get it all ironed out. That does make sense. Oh yeah, there's also this document. If you can see it. In general, 500 life is 1. Assists have cheaper effects than familiars. Assist destruction is basically free. Changing its here is 1. Destruction and summons are 2s. Change battle position is 1. That's general stats. Anything of a higher cost is usable. Anything using during your opponent's turn has a higher cost than if it doesn't. On summons are lower. If it's harder to use, it gets a lower cost. Yeah, so we made this document as well. So a card can cost 2, but if you want to make it more expensive, it'd be more expensive if it did this, and it'd be cheaper if it did this. Which is why if it's once per turn, it'll be a lower cost. If it's not, it's a higher cost. Like DAs are usually about 3k or higher. Most tier 5s are 25 to 3200. Stuff like that. Like assist destruction in general is basically free because the card pays for itself. So it'd cost 1 and you'd get the 1 seed back on it. But if you wanted to make it a trigger to use on your opponent's turn, it'd be a higher cost. But you can make it easier, harder to use to lower it. Just little bits like that. Yeah, we'll definitely have to bring that up to Nat tomorrow. Or in like 6 hours or so when I can be bothered getting up. Okay, anything else you want to quickly bring up before I get myself off, good sir? Got to fill my bag with decks to play. And knock off all the things on my table. Because I am an idiot that way. Yeah, pick that up. That lives here. No, you brought up like that thing you just mentioned then is very relevant. Different codes is fine, I suppose, providing you don't reprint game-breaking stuff with different codes. Like, Soul Charge is definitely a thing you should only ever have 4 of. Okay, my good sir. I will get myself off. We'll have a... I think it's going to be a Pokemon stream next week. I'll see if I can drag Praying on with me. If not, we'll just have a nice chill Nuzlocke stream anyway. It's quite nice. I haven't played a Pokemon game in a while. You take care, good sir, as well. Have a think about... Well, I like having these nice card game design talks as well. So if there's anything you want to chat about later on... Yeah. Nice little chat. So if there's anything you want to chat about later on, just message me as normal. We can always have a discussion on lore or other cool card related stuff. So I'll see you later, good sir. See you next week. If you're on, it'll be a nice Pokemon stream.